This is Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
It's going to work. It's passable, okay? This isn't terrible.
The best in local, regional, and national sports.
With no hidden agenda.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Ahoy!
What's up?
That 3 o'clock snuck up on you, did it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens.
What's going on?
It was a little eerie here. I was like,
I know. Well,
everyone get fired?
Do you know what today is?
I do know what today is, but I realized that since we're working, I assumed everyone else was working. Turns out, nay, wrong.
Yeah, I don't know why we're working.
Yeah,
But-
we're here on Old Veterans Day.
But we will.
Yeah, I'm a veteran of the Taco Wars, but I don't think that necessarily counts. No one thanked me for my service.
Yeah, there's no one here today, but
No, I just assumed since we were all working that it wasn't a company holiday, but it is a company holiday.
I don't know. Nobody showed up.
So do we bank this day? Does anyone know?
I don't know.
Does
Who
anyone
cares?
know anything?
Look, the most important thing.
Yeah.
Are we off on Black Friday? That's what I want to know.
Yes.
We are?
Yeah.
Cool.
That's all Bubba's like. Are you doing some TV shopping? You gonna try to get some remanded furniture?
Oh,
on
no,
sale?
no. I was just going to be at the coast for Thanksgiving and wanted to know if I had to come back or not. Hopefully I didn't have to.
Oh,
Yeah, I think we're off.
let's tell
Excellent.
Buck
If
that-
not, I'm going to rope Ortner into it. So
that's probably a good idea. He's not doing anything anyways. He'll show up.
I think he's doing pilot stuff, and the pilots play around Thanksgiving
You
stuff.
can
so,
pretty much get Ortner to do anything at this point.
Yeah, he's available.
Yeah.
Calendar's open unless he's on one of the other shows.
Well, what today also is for us here is this is the first day of the post-Kim Martinez era of Odyssey Portland.
Yeah, it was a little weird when I walked in.
She's no longer our fearless leader.
I didn't hear a cackle, and the office has been cleaned out, and now it's just lying there dormant. I was half expecting Swag to have moved in.
Maybe that's why no one's here, is that our GM left,
Yeah, there's no boss.
and so they're like, screw it, we're just not going to show up.
Yeah, it's
Maybe
like-
they're all boycotting.
Well, that's what it's like. It's power vacuum, right? There's no one there, which is why I kind of half expected Swag to have just moved in and then
Hold
be
on,
like,
everybody.
I'm in,
Hold
I'm in
on,
charge now.
everybody. Here's the situation.
And he can take as many bags as he wants.
Bags. Oh, yeah, golf bags. I don't know why my head went to bags of chips.
Well, I do think you can take as many of those as you want. Although I think those are dwindling. Our stockpile of random bags of chips, I think, is about to run out. I think all that's left is the original Lay's.
I checked weeks ago, and all I could find was Fritos and original Lay's. I'm
Yeah,
like,
does
eh,
that say something?
I
that-
passed.
What the hell's going on around here?
Really, original Lay's and Fritos.
Yeah.
And I know how everyone's like, oh, those are the best. No, they're not. There's a reason why they're the only ones left.
Yeah, those shouldn't come in the variety packs anymore. If you want those, just buy the big bag of them. But like, it shouldn't be. You don't want 20% of your pack to be those.
No, there should be some sort of thing where it's like, if they are going to include those in the variety pack, there should be like 3. It's like everyone gets an equal share, and then we just give you like 3 of those as like a toss away. Maybe there's a Funyun or something mixed in there, but no one wants those. Nobody, except for that one weirdo.
You know what we do have is we have stacks and stacks of Les Schwab tires free pre-trips.
Yeah.
Oh my God, free pre-trip safety check coupons.
Yeah. Why are there so many of these around the office?
I don't know, but I was reading through it,
Mm.
and I'm guessing the reason there's so many of them is because a pre-trip safety check
Mhm.
is kind of, I don't know. It says
It's a hook.
It is a hook.
They
and
get
that's
you there.
all
They're like,
it is.
oh, and by the way,
Yeah, here's
here's
what
6
you
other
need.
things we can do to your car.
Because it says visual inspection of tires, alignment, shocks, brakes, and battery.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't like the look of this. You're going to need to fork over another $300.
I like the visual. Yeah, you
I
gotta
love
get-
Les Schwab.
You
but-
had to give it a once over. You had to get one of those.
Yeah,
someone
it's
walks
fine.
around
Ocular
and-
pat
Except, we wrote up this estimate for all this other stuff.
Me, you know what? I like to take a visual, assessment of my
So,
car
yeah.
with all the automotive experience that I've accrued over the years. I think it looks good. You ever do that where you kick the tire? Like you get out there, like the pressure light is on your car. You get out, you're like, looks all right, and you just kick it. You're like, nah, I'm fine.
You pause for a second to see if you hear it hissing.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
it's
all
good.
right. We'll go back and do
Yeah,
this.
I always ignore that. Like, I just assume it's the weather.
You just shrug it off. You're like, yeah.
Well,
no
I
big-
mean,
no big deal.
like we went to Central Oregon and it came on because it got cold at night, and it's
Yeah.
like, it's probably just the weather. Fine.
Is that
And
check,
it was.
Is that check engine light on? It'll be fine.
Maybe I should go to Les Schwab and have them look at it
You probably should.
with their eyes.
Well, now you can save $100. Look, I see right here on the coupon. What are you right there? Boom.
Yeah, but that's also misleading because I think the pre-trip safety check is free. You're not saving $100 on the
Yes,
pre-trip.
but you save on all these other things.
Exactly.
Now,
That's
these are exciting coupons.
that's what Buck was saying.
I don't like you pooping on these coupons.
Look, if anybody wants them,
I've got the poo in my hands.
I will gladly walk out the front door of this building and hand them out to you guys.
I'd like to see that. I'd
Like
to see,
Santa.
I'd like to see you on a street corner. It's like when at the old Winterhawk regime when I got that Land O'Lake butter coupon. It was exciting. Hey, that's savings right there. Look at Mr. Moneybags over there not needing to save money on his pre-trip check.
There was hot butter news today. Did you guys see the hot butter news?
There was hot butter news?
Yeah.
What? No, I missed that.
There was, I don't know if Isaac's planning on it for the club or not, but the story was in the New York Post that, and all over, that Costco's had to get rid of 80,000 pounds of butter because they didn't identify in the packaging there was milk. So they just had to chuck it.
You have to say that.
It's like, but it's butter. People, I think, probably
You should know that.
would assume. But no, instead we have to throw away 80,000 pounds of butter.
Simply because it doesn't say
Correct.
it's butter.
Yep.
Isn't that how you make butter?
You would think that it would go without saying.
I'm literally confused. Is there now? I'm dead serious on this.
Non-dairy butter?
I am an idiot. Is there butter? Like, isn't that like margarine?
Is that margarine?
Doesn't
must be,
all
right?
butter have milk? Isn't that how you? Isn't that how you
That's
get
what you
milk?
would
Or
be
how you
buying.
get butter
Yeah.
is by churning milk?
Yes.
Then wouldn't it be the other
But
way
it's
around?
against regulations if
Would-
you don't explicitly say.
Wouldn't it be the other way around
Well-
that if I was buying butter without milk, it would have to say non-dairy butter, and then it's not really butter; it's some sort of
Probably.
butter substitute, like the popcorn like butter. That's not real butter. I don't know what that stuff is. It's delightful, but I think, in fact, that's what they put in your engine when you go to Les Schwab. I think you top something off. 80,000. Can I get some of that butter? Can I get
I
like
think they had to chuck it all.
my grandfather back in the day? He had a deal with the Smith's grocery store in Utah when the meat became expired. He would just come and take it because he didn't care. He didn't believe in expiration dates when it came to anything. So he literally he had cut some back alley deal with one of the grocery store managers there, and he would just get all the expired food. And like you'd go over to his house and like you'd open it up and there'd be like milk in there that was like 3 weeks old. You're like, "Hey, Grandpa?" He'd be like, "Ah, it's fine." You're like, "No, I think that stinks." He's like, "I'll just skim the top off. You'll be fine." Yeah, this is the way it worked. Is that like, can I get some of that? I want some of that Costco butter. You just gonna throw that away?
That's what they're doing.
Yeah, you might have to go dumpster diving outside the back of a Costco. People do that. You know?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen that. There's a guy on. I don't. He's on everything. He's on all the platforms, but he does it. He's got like a little. He's got like a channel, and he goes around and he goes to like Home Depots and all that stuff. Yeah, he dumpster dives, and he's very excited. And then like some of the stuff he keeps, some of the stuff he sells, but he's very excited about finding random dumpster things, which I appreciate. But at the same time, there's something about my ego and pride that's not going to allow me to crawl through a dumpster, not to get like expired vitamins.
How much money would have to be in a dumpster to get you to crawl through it?
Like, well,
Let's say I said there's a
No.
big full dumpster.
yeah.
You know, like a commercial dumpster like we have here, you know?
It's going to be bad, especially at a grocery store.
But what if I said there's $2,000 US in
It definitely depends what kind of dumpster, though. If a
Yeah.
grocery store one's awful, but
Grocery
if you're
store,
about an
no.
office building,
No.
like it might not be too bad. It might just be like paper and stuff.
Yeah, $2,000 in an office dumpster. It's just somewhere in there, and it's not like I have to get stuff and then sell it. There's just $2,000.
Yeah.
I might take a lap. I may go in there. I don't think I'm gonna get all $2,000, but you know what I'm gonna do?
But it's separate. It's like not
Yeah.
all at one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna take a poke around, and I'll bet you after I get like $300-400, I'm gonna probably call that good. Or the first time I come across something gross. Like again, this is why I'm saying like office. Buck's right. Office building, sure. I'll poke around in there. But the first time I come across some sort of organic sludge waste, I'm out. Like that's just I'm done. First time I my hand touches a liquid, I step in something that I don't know what it is, I'm out. Plus at that point, like maybe I put on some gloves, maybe some booties, something like that, you know. $2,000, yeah, you take a lap. But in a grocery store, no way. I worked at a grocery store. You do not, under any circumstances, go into a grocery store dumpster. You would have to put so much more money than $2,000 to get me to go in that thing. Because that's where everything goes. And it is a smell that you want no part of.
$5,000,
No,
$10,000.
no,
Ooh,
No, because again,
20.
there's no way I'm getting the 10 grand.
100 times?
More.
200 times?
You're just scattering random
500
bills in
times,
there.
probably.
You're not staying in that. You're gonna vomit. Like when you work at a grocery store, the dumpster, it like you don't go outside. There's just a big like
I'm
portal.
not denying it's gross.
Yeah,
but
there's just a big
I'll do a
portal
lot
to
for
hell,
20K.
like a big door that opens up, and you take all the expired crap and everything, and that's where everything goes. And just opening that thing up is enough to make you gag. And that is the hole that leads to the chute that goes down into the dumpster. There's no way, man. For a couple bucks, that is not going to change your life. Are you going to buy a TV with that? Nah, I'm all right.
Well, I mean, 10K is a little more than a TV.
It doesn't change your life, and you're not staying in there to get the full 10 G's. Oh man.
5 figures, I have to strongly consider it.
I'm out on all of it.
No kidding.
Yeah, you keep your dumpster diving.
Yeah, it's a lot, man.
But I'll sit there with a lawn chair and cheer you on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't know.
And this is right. The worst would be the hospital dumpster.
Ooh.
Oh no. No.
It's not.
Nope.
What if there's $1 million in there?
All right, suit up, boys.
No.
Suit up. Although I think
so.
all their waste does have to go into a separate.
It's like a
Yeah.
locked
I
thing.
think so.
Biohazards.
Yes, that's right.
Boy, but now that I'm like we're talking about this, I am thinking about my days at Albertsons, and just that smell when that thing would open up. Just no.
Well, rest in peace, butter.
Yeah,
That's too bad.
that's a lot of butter.
I guess you have to say that it's made with milk. He's gonna go get him one of those Milwaukee butter hogs.
I'm just stunned that that's the.
I'm reading about margarine. You asked about margarine.
Yeah, is that just butterless or like
Well,
milkless?
It's mostly made from vegetable oil today,
Yeah.
is what they're saying. A nice little alternative.
Yeah, it's terrible for you. You're way better off just eating butter.
Well,
But
butter is
apparently
like
not this
mostly
butter.
fat, right?
Yeah.
Somebody says an adult store dumpster.
Whoa.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, but what's
yeah.
yeah the cleaning stuff? Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to know what they use to clean those stores.
Hospital probably still worse.
It's something that would like dissolve nickels. You don't want that. That's bad. bad.
Now, does
bad.
booze have to say it has booze in it?
Yeah, like if I'm buying Irish whiskey, isn't
And then
that
you get drunk and you something bad happens and you sue them. It's
I'm
like, I
guess-
didn't know this had alcohol in
I'm
it.
guessing it probably does by law
That's-
have to have the
yeah.
the
I'm
alcohol content, right?
Well, I'm guessing that's why butter had to throw out all the butter.
Unbelievable.
Because if somebody can't do dairy,
why are you buying? It's
then
butter,
they sue you.
but it's butter.
I know, but I mean, you got to tell people what's in
It's
it.
like when you have to put the hot coffee, like you have to put the warning hot on the coffee because it's
Exactly. You don't think you should have to, but
Yeah.
you kind of do have to.
man, people are dumb.
Yeah, they sure are.
People are dumb. And what does it cost us? It costs us 80,000 pounds of butter at Costco. So now do I have to like ration? Do I have to run out now and buy all the butter at Costco because there's a butter shortage? Like
I doubt
if
that.
I want butter now, I'm not gonna be able to find it.
I'm sure there's butter everywhere.
I do think that is one of those things that's
It's like an
just-
American staple.
right? Hey, no one can afford butter and eggs. Nobody.
How
Nobody.
how much is butter? How much is a stick of butter?
Well, it's not. They don't
Price
sell
just
them
went
in
up.
sticks. You sell them in little packages. So there's like 4 sticks, I think. I'm gonna say a pack of butter. For good butter.
Mm.
You know,
Lando Lakes.
I like the Land O'Lakes butter.
Okay.
I'm going good butter. $5.75.
$6.99.
Ah,
Idiot. See, we need to change.
man.
Well, this is Trump's America now.
That's
Here
right.
I am thinking $5.75 is going to get me quality butter. No.
By January 6th, that price will be $5.79.
You know what? Well, I'll be living in the land of milk, honey, and butter. What about the cheap butter, though? What if I just want, like,
$4.99. I see here.
yeah, crappy butter.
Actually, $4.49 if you're willing to go with the Lucerne.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, that's no good. How am I supposed to go from Land O'Lakes down to that?
I love cows.
It's like getting bar ass hot dogs. You can't do that.
Grade AA, which sounds bad.
Yeah, it's no good.
I don't know if that's good or bad, but
It's like if you've gone from like Hebrew Nation hot dogs, and then you have to get the bar S. You can't do it. You just can't.
well,
I don't
guys,
even know what's in those things.
big Veterans Day show.
Yeah.
Really, really big.
Shout out to all the vets out there.
Shout out to all you vets out there listening to us today.
yeah! Fat, uneducated, beer, yeah, flags, That's inappropriate. trucks, balls, yeah! Screw the being learned people, no! Love our vets.
Yeah, I mean that sounded like kind of a shot at them, and
Yeah,
it wasn't.
I don't like
It
that.
wasn't.
No.
It wasn't intended to be. I played the whole rant instead of just the America, yeah, that part.
Going out there wearing a Grunts t-shirt today, God bless you.
Grunts.
Yeah. It's one of those like veteran companies where there's like got the 2 rifles crossed there with a flag. See it a lot at country music concerts. If you go to like a Luke Combs show, a lot of grunt style t-shirts out there for our vets.
Yeah, I see
Officer
that here.
David McGuffey, I'm looking right at you, baby.
Gruntstyle.com.
I'm not certain that my beloved friend and vet and now officer of law, I don't think he owns something that doesn't have a rifle or a flag on it. It's just how he rolls.
America, yeah, fat, uneducated. That was a misfire.
I keep joking that one of these days when he goes on vacations, I'm going to show up and put a lot of like Black Lives Matter, like Antifa signs up in his yard. Stick one on the back of his F-250.
Black, please. Thank you. Boy, they got a lot of stuff on here.
Oh yeah, man. Go to a country show sometime. Next time you're at a country show, you'll look up and you'll be like, oh yeah. Yeah, a lot of that.
All right, well, big show. Big show. Will Suk apologize?
Yeah.
Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Are you ready for your moment?
it's-
I mean, you said you would.
It's tough. It's tough. I've been bracing for it.
Can Suk swallow his pride? We're gonna find out
I've been waiting.
coming up
Yeah.
on the Fan.
on 1080 The Fan.
All right, nice to have you along. It's Monday. But you'd probably do that. Yeah. Most people do. You know, somebody said there's a comedian out there who has long said that we should take warning labels off of everything and just let nature take its course. I enjoy that line of thinking.
I could see that.
What if we did take ABV content, all any health warning label? Like, has anybody picked up something at the store?
It just says peaches on it. That's it.
Yeah,
Like, what
these
am I
are
gonna-
peaches as far as you know. Eat at your own risk.
Might be a bit problematic, but yeah.
Well, I know.
I could see that.
Would be, but what about, like, has anybody ever really picked up something and gone, and like, I don't know, like you said, a bottle of Irish whiskey and saw the health warning and went, ooh,
I think
didn't know that, better put that back.
I think it works with like cigarettes. I do think they like some of like the Surgeon General warnings and like some of that stuff. I think
So people don't know until they read that?
I just think it's a reminder. I think there was some studies, and look,
They forget?
I could be talking totally out of my arse. But I think it was the thing that the tobacco companies were freaking out that they weren't going to do warnings. They were going to do like skull and crossbones on them. They didn't want like the visual like pictures, like the poison label on them. Because if you are picking up something that does say poison on it, that I would assume that'd be problematic. But again, that goes back to your theory of who doesn't know when you're getting ready to smoke a pack of Cools that it's not good for you.
Or even worse is they forgot that it's not good for you.
Yeah.
And then they see the Surgeon General warning and they're like, oh, good reminder. I'm going to put these back. I mean, come on. This is why that comedian's great. Just take it all off and let's see what happens to the world.
Well, everyone's eating fast food, and that's essentially the same thing.
Are there
right?
warnings on those?
I don't think so.
No?
No. I don't think so. I think but I do think
But do you think it would help if there were? Do you think it would be less fat?
Oh God! Like if every time you ordered a Big Mac, someone was like, "Really, seriously?
Well, I mean,
you're gonna do that?"
Right on the wrapper.
It's a fat
Skull
ass.
and crossbones. You're gonna get fatter.
This is not the number one cause.
Last
of death.
chance, 800 calories incoming.
Every time you go to eat a crumble cookie, hey fatty, really? Huh? You want a 1,500 calories? Huh? Yeah, I do think
it might help.
I think it would make an impact. I think it'd make a lot of people cry. Who was the artist that freaked out over the low fat labels on things? We talked about it on the show.
She's
a super snowflake.
Yeah, Demi
Lovato. Yeah. Demi Lovato tried to get a mom and pop business shut down because they had the nerve. They labeled things like low fat, guilt free, and she was like, "How dare you? How dare you shame someone? Like we needed to say fat free." You're like, "All right, there, Cookie, settle down a little." Settle down there a little bit. Sorry, something actually put the label of what it is. But yes, we'd probably be better off if there were like the old Batman show, how everything was labeled. It would be like bat shark repellent spray. Yes, if everything was clearly labeled with what it was, we'd probably be better off. And yet you'd still have that person in the drive-through line at Carl's Jr. like, "I'll take a double Western bacon cheeseburger." Hell yeah, I want that thing supersized. Let's go. Yeah, Diet Coke though.
Yeah, whoa.
Ooh. Don't want the sugar from the regular.
Well, what about sugar? Like what if we had the same?
Yeah.
What if we had the same warnings?
And you probably should.
Well, yes.
Yeah, I mean,
it's killing all of us.
Yes, it is.
What if we had the same warnings about sugar as we did with cigarettes?
And that, by the way, is you 100%. If you're gonna put that on cigarettes and like booze, you should 100% have that on some Kool-Aid.
You sure still should.
Like, it's like where they sell like the juice and then it says on there no juice, or like juice drink. It contains 1%
Sunny
juice.
D.
Yeah, some Sunny D. Got some purple stuff. Hey, some Sunny D. Yeah, let's drink that. Let's go healthy.
Somebody text the Vancouver Fort text line. I bought a knife once. Came with a warning that said "sharp object."
Yeah, that's true. Well, you don't know. Maybe the knife has to be sharpened. Oh,
but they really have to put that on there.
I think you have to put all that stuff on.
It's wild out there.
Well, like when anytime you get a car and they have all the, like they even have to have the warnings like on the visors and everything. I mean, there's so many standards on that. I forget what that warning is, but there is one.
I was gonna ask, what is that? I know there is one.
I'm trying to remember because I just leased a new car and it's like there's and it's on every one of them. I even have that thought. I'm like, God, those are still there.
I'm gonna run out during the break and look at it because you're right. There is a
there's
warning.
Some
on there.
sort of warning label on that.
Never read it.
No.
Maybe it will help me.
Well, and like mine, mine has like a hatchback and it's got like an automatic. You just press the button. Most cars have that now, right? The automatic thing. There's a big warning label on that to like what? Not stick your head in it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
Well,
gotta warn because someone.
It's all about liability.
All about liability. Yeah. No one wants to call
All right.
the advocates when you get your head
That's
caught
right.
in a bear trap.
But that's why the advocates exist, though.
Exactly.
Well, anyway, we've blown through 2 segments already, guys.
Hell.
I hate that.
Well, no one's here. No one's
That's
listening.
right. It's there is a feel to the show when no one's in the office that is different than when people are in the office.
Can I also say this about a feel? We're watching Monday Night Football, and Jason Kelsey has a Tweed vest on, and we need more Tweed on TV.
You like Tweed?
Yeah, I think bigger guys especially, Tweed works. It makes you feel like like you're in the gentleman. Like
I don't think it looks bad, but I think it's heavy.
Well, yeah.
It's not something I would want to wear.
No, but it looks. Whenever I see someone in Tweed, I think to myself, man, I need more Tweed in my wardrobe. And then I realize I'll never wear it. It's very hot, as you said. Probably not comfortable, but damn it looks sharp.
It does look sharp, but this is in Los Angeles. He's sitting in a 3-piece tweed suit on probably a 60-degree day.
Man, looks good. Just makes me want to be like a small British guy that don't have to worry about the heat.
Yeah.
Like if I had a bunch of money, I would 100% go over one of those English tailor places.
Rock some tweed when you were in Scotland.
A haberdashery, if you will, and they would just be all tweed. I'd just be pimping out there. Get myself a cane for no reason, and one of those cool derby hats. You gotta give it to the old Brits, man. These guys look sharp.
All right, poll question time next pertaining to college football. But first, let's get to Buck with SportsCenter.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, Week 10 in the NFL wraps up tonight with the Rams hosting the Dolphins on Monday Night Football. Receiver Tyreek Hill did not practice on Friday. He's listed as questionable, but says he plans to play tonight. Former Duck safety Javon Holland also questionable for the Dolphins. Kickoff is at 5:15. The Rams are favored by 2.5 points. In Seattle, the Seahawks have waived linebacker Tyrell Dodson, who leads the team in tackles. In 9 starts this season, Dodson has 71 tackles, a pair of sacks, and 5 tackles for loss. On the college gridiron, the 10-0 Oregon Ducks remain number 1 in both major polls after beating Maryland at Autzen Stadium on Saturday. This weekend, they travel to Madison, Wisconsin to take on the Badgers. In Wisconsin personnel news, defensive analyst and former NFL head coach Jack Del Rio is resigning from the coaching staff following a DUI on Friday. And on the college hardwood, the Oregon women ranked in the top 25 for the first time this season. They check in at number 25 after their upset of number 12 Baylor on Sunday night. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Tired of getting dinged by subscriptions? We won't send you a bill. Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Stanford's in Clackamas and Tanasbourne has everything you need for your holiday meal. Prepared by their culinary team, the Thanksgiving family dinner is packaged for takeout to be picked up on Thanksgiving Eve and reheated in your kitchen. Available in 3 sizes, it's perfect for families of any
ran out to the car because you piqued my interest with what are the warning labels on the visor?
Yeah, they're there on every car, and yet I've never looked
read
at
them.
a single one.
But they do a good job of getting your attention because we all know that they're there.
Do they do a good job of getting your attention since no one's ever...
But we know that they're there. So the yellow part with the big, it's got the exclamation point in the.
I'm aware that is there.
Yellow big word says warning.
What is that warning?
No one ever reads the warning, but we know that there is a warning. There are two on my car. One says, children can be killed or seriously injured by the airbag. The back seat is the safest place for children. Never put a rear-facing child seat in the front.
All right.
Always use seat belts and child restraints. See owner's manual for more information.
That does, I guess that makes sense. I'm sure that is something that maybe new parents don't know.
Yeah, that
sure. Are we giving a good warning on that?
I think that's good.
Yeah, that's way
because
better
it's not all that obvious. Well, I mean,
it should be,
but it
I
isn't.
understand. Yeah.
And then the other one is a smaller warning because it's not as important.
No.
And that is basically warning you that there is a higher rollover risk.
Mm-hmm.
Avoid abrupt maneuvers and excessive speed. Always buckle up.
That is 100%. Someone died in something, and then there was like.
So don't drive like Mario Andretti.
Yeah, don't be a jackass.
But I do believe that this has got us thinking of a good new sort of. We need to farm out a new profession where we could maybe just look at new industries,
new ways to warn.
Well, look at new industries that don't properly warn, right? Because all that happened was way back when someone died in a car accident, and the auto companies never thought to put these warnings on there, and they sued the S out of them. And the auto company's sitting there going, well, I thought it was kind of obvious. Yeah. No, it wasn't. No. And they had to pay a bunch of money.
It's like on everything that's little now has to say choking hazard. Well, of course.
Yes, it's small. Look, of course you can choke on it.
What if I choke on a nickel and be like, hey, that nickel does not say that it's a choking hazard. No one told me not to put that nickel in my mouth.
So we need to go around and find things that are not properly warning us.
And then start suing.
I
like where we're going with this.
What do you think about that?
I think it's our new business
I think that's
model.
our ticket off this dumb show.
I think Saul Goodman has probably already beat us to it. I guarantee there's someone that just sits around and does that sort of thing.
No question. Yeah. Well, it is poll question time. X at 1080 The Fan. On Friday, we asked you, starting a program, which of these four coaches would you hire? Mario Cristobal, 40%. James Franklin, 21%. Lincoln Riley, 20%, and Dabo Sweeney, 19%.
It's a dadgum mistake.
Down goes Mario.
Mario lost.
Yeah.
We just roll, brother.
And they don't have to worry about, they have to win their next two games.
Yeah. Well, and this goes to,
because if they don't, they're not in the ACC title game.
And they have no chance of getting in then. And we told you, Miami was flirting with fire. They were undefeated, but BYU's undefeated. They're not that good. Neither was Miami. They will when you play stupid games and constantly are in those sorts, eventually one's going to go the other way unless you're the Kansas City Chiefs and you just sold your soul to Satan. They've just made the new Faustian deal that Tom Brady had. But other than that, most mortal teams that don't have satanic powers, it jumps up and bites you, and that was Miami. And by the way, that wasn't even really like one of those fluky games. Georgia Tech was just better than they were. Miami didn't play very good, and they can't stop anybody.
And today's poll question on X at 1080 The Fan, we ask you, which matchup would you most like to see in the Big Ten title game? Oregon, Ohio State, Oregon, Indiana, Oregon, Penn State, or anyone but Oregon? Vote hard.
Oregon and Ohio State, the two best teams. I would take Oregon and Indiana because I'm all aboard the Hoosier train. The Michigan game gave me some pause. That was the first time they played a real defense, and they gave Indiana problems. We'll figure out what happens when they play Ohio State. But I think we knew coming into the season that Oregon and Ohio State were the two best teams. They played arguably the best game of the season. I don't think there's much argument to it. I think that was the best game of the season. Why wouldn't you want to redo that on a neutral field? And Ohio State seems to have some of their offensive line issues figured out. So I know some people will be like, oh, I don't need to see that game again. I will never understand that. If you give me an instant classic and it's decided by the slimmest of margins, literally 1 second, Run that back, man. I don't need to see Penn State. I don't need to see Indiana. Give me Ohio State. Give me Oregon in Indy. Let's go.
Well, right now, Oregon, Indiana is leading the way here.
Yeah, I can see that.
And I think that's just because I feel like the Ducks fans think that they would beat Indiana.
Well, it's in theory, and I don't think it's much of a controversial theory. Indiana's an easier game. The talent level is way tilted in Oregon's favor.
Is it easier than Penn State? Because I don't know that it is.
I don't know if it is. I mean, again, I'm just such a believer in talent level. I mean, yes, coaching makes a huge difference, but we see this all the time in college football that when one squad has 4 and 5-star kids and the other squad has 2-star kids, usually it ends up going one way. So, yes, if you're an Oregon fan and you had to take all the contenders in the Big Ten, I think the one that you would pick to play is Indiana. And Ohio State would be the scariest one, but I don't think Oregon fears anyone. I don't think Oregon fan necessarily wants to duck anyone. And maybe there's a sense of you just already beat Ohio State, so maybe you'd like to see something different. And Indiana would be a fun story. It'd be a great story. Plus, if Indiana goes to the Big Ten title game, they're in. They're in the college football playoff. That means that they've beaten Ohio State and they're basically have assured themselves a spot. And I think it'd be cool to see Indiana and Boise State and BYU in there.
So if Indiana, Ohio State play next week. Not this week.
I think there's a bye there for at least Indiana. I'll have to look. One of them has a bye, and then they play each other.
So whoever wins that game is likely going to the Big Ten title game.
Yes.
Right? Like that's technically a Big Ten title game elimination game.
You are correct, sir. In fact, I don't know if...
And then Penn State can't really... there's nothing they can do because they need Indiana to win because Ohio State beat Penn State.
Yeah, I need to look and see what would...
Because if Ohio State beats Indiana, they would have beaten Indiana and Penn State. They're going.
Yeah, because Penn State and Indiana don't play each other. So I don't know what would happen if Indiana beats Ohio State and then loses another game to someone else. I don't know what would happen with that.
Well, it's the same thing as like if Oregon lost.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing about Oregon,
have to go into the tiebreakers.
Yeah, because if Ohio State beats Indiana, the thing about Oregon, they're undefeated. They're the number 1 team in the country. They've already beaten Ohio State, so you feel good about their chances of making the college football playoff. But should they stumble against Wisconsin or Washington? They don't play Indiana or Penn State.
Yeah.
If Ohio State then beats Indiana, Ohio State's in the Big Ten title game, and then how do you determine who is in between Oregon, Indiana, and Penn State, and what if they lose that tiebreaker?
You'd have to go back. So Indiana's on a bye. Ohio State plays Northwestern, then Indiana gets Ohio State, and then they finish with Purdue. So if they beat Ohio State, I mean, look, they're undefeated.
Well, Indiana, I think it's real easy if Indiana beats Ohio State.
Do you want the tiebreakers? I have.
Yeah, what's all the tiebreakers?
Number 1, head-to-head. Then it'll be record against common opponent, followed by record against common opponents with the best conference record, proceeding through the common conference opponents based on their order of finish within the conference. So it's really going to come down to what you guys did against the same teams.
Yeah, and again, I'd have to go through and see. I still believe if Ohio State beats Indiana, it's Ohio State and Oregon. If Indiana beats Ohio State, more than likely, it's Indiana and Oregon.
Right, but what I'm saying is, what if Oregon loses?
Yeah, I don't know. Then it's...
I
still feel like that works.
I still feel like,
we do know how it works. I just don't know how everything lines up.
We don't know what the common opponents are right now and how both teams fared against them.
Well, we do.
I'm saying we don't have them offhand.
What's the matter with you? Do your homework. What are you, a
working
sports
on
guy? What was I going to say to you here on Sports Talk?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you. You said if Oregon loses to, we were talking about if Oregon loses, what happens?
Oh, I was going to say that even if Oregon loses to Wisconsin or Washington, not both, but one of them, if they stumble and they don't make the Big Ten title game,
they're in.
They're still going to be in the tournament.
100%.
Because they beat Ohio State and they have one loss.
Yeah. If you're an Oregon team and you have one loss, that's why I said if you're Penn State, you're
Oregon's really good either way as long as they
might
win.
be in with 2 losses. They might be able to lose their last 2 and be in the tournament of 12.
You need some help, but yeah, sure.
Yeah,
having a win over Ohio State on your belt, under your belt.
The problem is that you'd have 2 bad losses.
Yeah.
and there's going to be because there's going to be a 2-loss SEC team that gets left out too.
Yep.
I think because of where you were ranked, you'd probably be okay.
And they're not going to lose both of these games.
No, but a 1-loss team, that's why I said, like, for Penn State is kind of funky. So Penn State cruising along, and they lose to Ohio State. It's a close loss, kind of. They looked ugly, but they had a chance at the end, and they ended up losing 20-13. This is the rest of their schedule: Purdue, Minnesota, and Maryland. If Penn State beats Indiana and Oregon wins out, Penn State is just sitting there like, well, we don't even get to play for the Big Ten title. In all honesty, with the exception of that you wouldn't get the bye, dude, that's the best scenario for Penn State. Because unless you just find a way to lose to one of those 3 crappy teams, and Minnesota's not crappy, but they're not good, Penn State's in. And you don't, so it's a weird scenario now with this the 12-team playoff that sometimes if you want to guarantee a spot, you don't even have to play for your conference title.
Now that I'm thinking about this, if we get into those tiebreaker scenarios where it's between Oregon, Indiana, and Penn State to play Ohio State in the Big Ten title game, wouldn't Oregon go because they beat Ohio State when Ohio State would have beaten both Penn State and Indiana? Because those would be the only losses on everybody's record.
That would seem to indicate, yes, I would think.
So they can.
I think that would be right.
So because they beat Ohio State, they're going to the Big Ten title game, even if they lose one of these next 2 games.
Yeah, they're fine. Like they're going to be okay.
You know what they should do? They should just rest their players.
Sit everybody. I'm telling you though, look through the. I know who was it? Heather Dennis. It was like, 3-loss team's going to get in. I'm telling you, look at the SEC. Look at the SEC standings. There's going to be a 2-loss SEC team.
Well, they have 7 teams right now with 1 or 2 losses.
Huh? Dude, Georgia.
Figuring out those tiebreakers is going to be a thing.
Dude, Georgia may be sitting there like, oh my God, like we could get left out. Yeah, I'm looking here. So, Texas A&M 7-2, Georgia 7-2, Ole Miss is 8-2, Alabama 7-2, Missouri 7-2, but they're out. They're done.
Well, here I have one for you. I'll one up you.
Yeah.
Because I saw this on the ESPN article today. If Georgia beats Tennessee, which they should, that'll be at home.
I don't know about that.
Dude, Georgia's going to beat Tennessee. If A&M beats Texas and all the other teams went out, you will finish with 7 2-loss teams in the SEC.
Yeah. And you're not getting more than probably 3.
7.
Yeah.
Well, then you got to decide which 2 go to the championship. And then the loser of the championship game is done because they're going to have 3 losses, and then they'll fall behind a team that didn't go to the championship game because they lost the tiebreaker and they only have 2 losses. Yep. It's just wild.
So if you think there's going to be some 3-loss teams getting in there, I told you that last week. That ain't happening. And you just the SEC won't. It's just not. There's going to be too many 2-loss teams sitting there, and those spots are getting eaten up real quick. Conference titles.
Well, Ole Miss. Ole Miss is right back in the conversation now. They saved their season.
Absolutely, they have.
Alabama did too.
But you obviously have your 4 conference titles. Looks like Boise State probably is going to be in there, and then like a team, the loser of the Big Ten title game is almost guaranteed to be in at this point, and probably Penn State as well. So again, these spots just keep getting just gobbled up. And that Big 12 is interesting, although it kind of feels like maybe the Big 12 and the ACC are just cruising to 1 teams. Like, if you want to get in, if you're in the ACC or the Big 12, I suggest you win. But if BYU somehow manages to nickel and dime their way to an undefeated season and loses the Big 12 title game, I'd be really hard to keep them out if they're undefeated and their only loss is the Big 12 championship. Because remember that, like TCU did that, and TCU got into a 4-team playoff, even though they lost the Big 12 title game, and it was their only loss. If you go undefeated in the regular season, I don't think it matters what happens in your conference title game. I think you're in.
Poll question on X at 1080 The Fan. Which matchup would you most like to see in the Big Ten title game? Oregon, Ohio State, Oregon, Indiana, Oregon, Penn State, or anyone but Oregon? Right now, Oregon, Indiana leading the way. Vote hard on X at 1080 The Fan. When we come back, will Suk apologize?
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
Wow. That's next on The Fan.
The definitive podcast for Oregon.
The Fan.
Well, and now to the moment we've all been waiting for. Well, maybe a few of us here. So last week, I brought up the fact that UCLA, after a really rough sked, where they lost,
I think 5 in a row.
5 in a row,
And barely beat Hawaii.
Yeah, nice qualifier there.
Yeah.
But that's true. They did barely beat Hawaii.
Yeah.
But their 5 losses were to Indiana, LSU, Oregon, Penn State, and Minnesota. They'd rattled off 2 in a row. They won at Rutgers and won at Nebraska. And you continued to take a giant steaming dump on them.
Yeah.
But you did say that if they beat Iowa this weekend, which is Friday night.
My mighty Hawkeyes.
Yeah. Team punts.
Yeah.
Although their offense is much better this year. You did say you would come on here and apologize. Well, they beat LSU. The floor is yours.
Yeah. I would just like to say to the mighty UCLA Bruins, whose quarterback has 12 touchdowns and 11 picks, who has 3 total rushing touchdowns all year.
Is he going to do it? Is he going to do it?
Yeah, you heard me. The entire team
Is he going to do it?
has 3 rushing touchdowns
Will
all
he
year.
apologize?
Are converting on 35% of their third downs, who are averaging 3 yards a carry.
The suspense is tremendous.
Whose best offensive
he gonna do it?
player, Ethan Gabbers,
Is
been
he
there
going
for
to
like
do
17
His name's
years.
Garbers, not Gabbers, but is he going to do it? He said he would. Is he backtracking?
It's a nice win. It's a nice win, and you no longer are an embarrassment to college football. Dare I say,
So are you sorry? Is that what you're saying?
it's a good little run. I am sorry. I apologize
Nice.
to the UCLA Bruins.
There you go. That's all you
I
have to
don't
do.
know how you managed to do this because
Yeah.
you still
That's right.
seem like everything you do sucks, and yet you're
Ba-na-na-na.
finding ways to win games.
That's right. 3 in a row. Give him credit.
3 in a row.
And you did. And you apologized for being such an ass to them.
And Iowa, honestly, Iowa's not a bad football team.
No, they're not.
And you held them to 17 points. And somehow you managed to squeeze out 20 out of whatever the hell that offense is that you play out there.
Yeah.
Look,
Ground them down, baby.
they took over. I made fun of them. Chip Kelly literally tanked that team on purpose, refused to recruit, drove kids out. UCLA hired a coach simply because he went there and that he was cheap and it's all they could afford. I really thought that this was going to be arguably the worst team in Power 4 football.
Yeah, you said as much.
Yes.
That's why I
Yes.
brought to your attention that they won
And
at Rutgers and they won at Nebraska.
Yes.
How about a little love? You refused to do it. No. You said, "Hey, if they beat Iowa, then I'll come back on Monday and we'll talk about it." And
I'll take it a step further.
You have done that.
I'm going to take it one step further. They're going to get Washington or USC. They finish with Washington, USC, or Fresno State. UCLA is playing right now for something. I don't know what, but they are getting better.
Maybe a bowl?
And he has convinced
2 more wins, they go to a bowl.
Deshaun Foster has convinced the UCLA Bruins that they have something to play for, and I'm not certain that Washington and USC haven't just quit. USC just benched their quarterback. Washington looks like maybe they're going in a different direction as well. I went from saying I thought UCLA was as bad a Power 4 program in the nation. They will beat Washington or USC.
Yeah, they deserve credit.
And I am stunned. And you know what?
Well, it is stunning because if you think about it, if you go all the way back, it's funny. This is the thing about college football that it's part of why I love it.
Yeah.
Is that stuff really shifts.
Yes.
Let's go back to week 4. I just looked it up. USC had just beaten Wisconsin.
Yep.
They had beaten LSU already in a statement game right out of the gate. And they had the close loss at Michigan. They were 3-1. And I remember how you were talking about them, like, watch out. They were top 10.
Yep.
That's a good team. Well, no, they're not.
Nope.
UCLA at that time was 1-3. They'd barely beaten Hawaii, and they lost to Indiana, LSU, and Oregon. Now, at the time, Indiana wasn't ranked. We didn't know how good they were, but that was, obviously that loss. Those 3, I mean, those are good teams. Yep. It's just, and then they lost 2 more. We didn't know at the time that a lot of it was schedule and a new coach getting his feet wet. But now look, and what if I had told you after that week that UCLA would finish ahead of USC in the Big Ten. You would be like, Rob, how do you even host a show?
Yeah.
Get out of here.
That's you could go host a show with Colin Cowherd.
Yes.
Wait. It's that McIntyre guy. The you're right in that a thing about college football, because I've been on teams that go both ways when it comes to this.
I know.
When you run out of things to play for, it's really easy to fold up your tent and go home. Just is. And I believe Washington and USC have both folded up their tent. Especially USC. USC came into this thing thinking, especially after the LSU game, that they were a real contender. And as the season went along, you had guys transfer. I think guys just flat out quit. And when a season doesn't go your way, and it's real easy to lose a locker room, and it splinters, especially now in the transfer portal and guys getting the hell out of there. And this isn't what I signed up for. And screw this, a bunch of transferred hired guns. This is terrible. And locker rooms fall apart. And on the other side, you get a guy like Deshaun Foster that goes in there with UCLA with a bunch of cast-offs that no one wanted. I mean, my God, he had the worst press conference I've ever seen in the history of press conferences when he got to the Big Ten media day and was like, we're UCLA, we're from LA. Any questions? I mean, it's just an unmitigated disaster. Again, he only got that job because no one else wanted it, and UCLA couldn't afford to pay anyone, and he played there. And so he had never even been a coordinator. There was like, I don't know, here, take it. And yet somehow he's convinced that locker room that even after losing 5 in a row, probably should have lost 6. I don't know how they beat Hawaii. He convinced them that they're not that bad. He convinced them that they were in some of those games. And I remember the LSU game. The LSU game was, I think, 17-7 at the half, or 17-17 at the half. The Oregon game, they hung around a little bit. They weren't getting beat by like 40 points.
No, they weren't.
That's the one thing I'll give them, is they were playing hard. And all of a sudden, playing hard has led to some close game victories now over 3 teams that aren't great, but they weren't UCLA bad. And now, like I said, I think they'll get one of these next 2. And so, yes, as much as I mocked UCLA, that's a tip of the cap, because that is a hard thing to do, to keep a bunch of kids in today's day and age motivated after losing 5 straight when no one expected anything from you anyways.
Well, and we always underestimate the improvement factor.
Yes.
Look at Oregon's first 2 games.
Teams get better.
If I had told you after those 2 games, Oregon is not going to lose and they're going to be the consensus number 1 team after week 11, you wouldn't have believed me either.
Yeah. I mean, you knew that they had the potential to do it, but boy, it certainly didn't look the part after 2 weeks.
So that's why we...
that's why college football is great.
Well, it is, but it's also why all the preseason prognostications are stupid.
Yeah.
Because, again, no one knows anything.
No. Indiana being the best example of that. And BYU, how about that?
By the way...
if I would have told you, again, going back to start of the year, if I told you that you got to this point in the season and 2 of the undefeated teams left standing were going to be the Brigham Young University Cougars, who I believe were picked to finish like 12th.
There you go.
And Indiana, which wasn't picked to finish anywhere.
There you go.
And yet we're sitting there looking at those 2 teams being undefeated, along with what we've got. Oregon. Is that all we're left with now? Is Oregon, Indiana, and BYU? I think those might be the only 3 unbeaten.
Yeah, Miami lost.
Yeah, I think that's it. So Oregon, you would have believed, and then I would have said the other 2 are Indiana
Army?
and BYU. Oh yeah, Army's way down there. But yeah, I don't think Army's lost either.
You know who else?
Thing, man.
You know who else started 2 and 2 and 5 in LA? Pete Carroll.
So
he did.
Here it comes. Here comes the Deshaun.
Here
Foster
comes
run.
the Deshaun. The next Pete Carroll
Deshaun Foster
is Deshaun Foster. They were 2 and 5. Pete Carroll's team when he took over in 2001. Rattled off 4 in a row to finish the regular season, lost in the bowl game, and then after that, next season, never looked back.
I think they're both in LA from what I hear too.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Next season, 11 wins, 12 wins, 13, 12, 11, 11, 12. Come on.
Deshaun Foster.
Deshaun Foster's run begins now.
The era has become.
All right. Stockwatch is coming up. And can we talk about how much the Big Ten kind of sucks? Next on The Fan.
The Fan.
Hi. What's your name?
Jason,
Hey. I'm a balloon. Bye.
the great Mike Lynch.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm a balloon. Bye.
I'm Jason Sakanik. My penis is very, very important to me.
Jesus. We've got Primetime Stockwatch next, I think.
I believe so.
Yeah.
A little format twist coming your way today.
Oh, fun.
This ought to be good.
Is it going to be of the musical variety?
No, not of the musical variety, but I'm gonna throw a wrinkle in where I give you guys categories to choose from because I've got so much juicy audio today.
Oh, look at that.
Well,
A
I
lot
would just
going down.
we don't need to belabor this, but I was not prepared. I thought, when we were coming into the season, I'm like, this is awesome. Oregon and Washington and USC and UCLA are going to be in the Big Ten. This is going to be great, and all these new environments and these different games. This is going to be so fun. Yeah. Dude, the Big Ten is the lamest. I was not prepared for how lame this run has been. And some of it is scheduling because it used to be that the Big Ten had 10 and you would play all other 9 teams. And if you think about the old Big Ten, or just not even that old, just, the traditional Big Ten, Ohio State, Michigan, Wisconsin,
Penn
State, who else in there? I mean, now you have Nebraska.
Iowa would be thrown in there.
Yeah, but I mean, that would be a tough 9 games, and maybe a Michigan State would be good, or you'd have a year like Indiana, and you'd have to play all of them.
Yeah.
But now, I mean, Oregon just got super lucky with the schedule. They have just played nothing but mediocre to bad Big Ten teams, and it is really boring.
I don't know about you, but I was trying, I try to watch every Oregon game.
Ditto.
We talk about them, right? I even go back and I try to do the all 22. I spend more time in the NFL doing that, but I try to give some in-depth analysis and I try to pay attention to that. And then when they're getting ready to play Ohio State, do the same thing for Ohio State. I'm really struggling with it this year. I struggled to make it through games. They're just not interesting. And I mean, the Maryland game,
It was kind of interesting.
I guess. I mean,
it was.
Was it interesting?
I mean, it was almost a one-score game there at the end. I mean, they had 2 picks there that
there was just. But at any point, I mean, any point, did you
Zero.
feel that Maryland had
Zero.
any chance? Exactly.
0. I know that's the difference. The difference is that these games. I mean, what was it? UCLA, like you said, 34-13.
Yeah.
Nothing happened in the second half.
No.
Ohio State was great. The Michigan State game, the Purdue game, the Illinois game, the Michigan game, and the Maryland game are all the same game. Yeah. They're the exact same game.
Yes.
In that
Oregon,
the other team isn't going to win,
Yeah.
but it's not like 56-0. But you also know that the other team isn't going to win, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
It's just more about how Oregon plays, and Oregon did not play its best football game against Maryland.
But I mean, for God's sakes, the game's still technically in doubt. I think it was it 21-10 when they started running thick sixes, and they're just doing bits. I'm sorry, that not even that Oregon and their coaching staff, who couldn't have been thrilled with the penalties and the sloppy play, and it just wasn't a sharp game. I'm sorry, you're running bits. You're doing bits, which lets you know that they're not uber concerned with Maryland. They're just not. And so, I struggle. I just have really struggled to get through this. Now, if you're an Oregon fan, I think the year has been fun because obviously you're the #1 team in the country and you got this swagger, and Lanning's kind of built this great culture around it. And then the Ohio State game was amazing. But my God, if you took out the Ohio State game out of this schedule,
Worst schedule in years.
ever, it's just brutal.
Do you want their 2025 schedule?
Tell me it. Well, and we don't even know because normal years.
No, we haven't.
I'm just saying in normal years, the Michigan game at Michigan should have helped buoy this up.
And that's why
Wisconsin and UW.
Look, I'm not ready to just say that I completely overrated the Big Ten. I'm not ready to say that
Could be a
because
weird
it
year.
depends on who you play. If Oregon played Indiana, Penn State, just happened to play Indiana, Penn State, and Ohio State this year, that changes everything.
Or if Michigan, Washington, or Wisconsin, they're all 4-5,
or
5-4.
Nebraska would be another one that,
Yeah.
if Nebraska and Wisconsin get their stuff together, and Michigan, they just won the title, so it's hard to pile on them. But if they're down this year, if those 3 schools right there can buoy the depth of the league, I think that's another thing. But my God, from basically this year from 6 down, it's terrible. They're all the same, and they're all shockingly beatable. Now next year, Montana State at Autzen Stadium, So get ready for a barn burner.
Yeah, no one will be there. Kids aren't even in school yet.
Oklahoma State at Autzen Stadium.
Then
I mean, you tried with that scheduling, but
and then Oregon State at Autzen Stadium.
yeah.
So there's your non-con. Okay, so here's what you do in the Big Ten next year.
Okay.
You go to Iowa.
Yeah. Look, I'll at least say this about Iowa. Iowa's a good program, right? And it's an interesting destination. I'm not ready to write that off as another boring game, but it could be. I'd say I'm cautiously optimistic.
It's a fun trip, though.
Yeah.
It'll be cool to see them play there, play that style, or play against that style. But, of course, they've been playing against that style for 6 weeks in a row here, and they just pummel them.
Yeah.
At Northwestern.
No.
Host Indiana.
Again, who knows?
Yeah, it's hard to say.
He could be gone after this year. I mean...
And Northwestern could be a fun fan trip just because you go to Chicago and it's a guaranteed win.
Yeah. Host Minnesota.
Whatever.
Those are your first 4 league games.
Yeah.
Okay, then you get USC coming back to Autzen.
Yeah.
You get Wisconsin at Autzen. You are at Penn State.
That's fun.
You are at Rutgers. And then you are at Washington.
Well, I'll tell you what, man.
There's your schedule.
You got the makings. If USC's down, if Wisconsin continues to be down, dude, you got the makers of a real stinker.
It looks like last year, it looks like this year.
But flip Ohio State for Penn State.
Ohio State for Penn State, and then kind of a tough one at Iowa.
Back-to-back titles. Who says no?
Not me.
Well, look, I mean, you win the Big Ten, you're happy, you get to the playoff, whatever. I mean, that's obviously the goal, and you feel like you're going to perennial be there. But yeah, man, if I'm a season ticket holder next year, I'm looking at that because the one game that I give a rip about is on the road, right? And that's at Penn State. You're asking a lot. You're asking a lot for me to go down and watch those sorts of games.
Hey, if Indiana, we won't know yet if they're good by that point next season, right? Because they're playing them early. So at least you think Indiana's good based on this year.
Well, suck it, Big Ten.
Yeah.
You're boring us.
It is not that entertaining.
This little guy here in Portland thinks that was stupid.
Well, I mean, I'll take it a step further. Oregon and Ohio State, yes, all day. Indiana's a fun story, but if they get they could have lost to Michigan easily, and Michigan's not good. We see.
I still think Indiana's
I know.
They're getting ready to play Ohio State.
If Ohio State,
they're going to lose by double digits.
If Ohio State beats the brakes off of them, then I will stand on this statement. There's two teams that are worth two.
I think
anything.
I think you can say that now.
Because you know me, I've been saying it about Penn State all year. Just
2 good teams. Meanwhile, the SEC
kind of reminds you, by the way, of the Pac-12. We had a lot of that. But at least in the Pac-12, like you said, at least we scored points. At least we got
it was more fun.
Yeah, Pullman in November was kind of a fun
There were more landmines late in the season. There just were.
I think that's right. There were more landmines.
The bottom feeders in the Pac-12 were still feisty.
Yeah, I think we kind of talked ourselves into the Big Ten, the travel, and then the cold weather in November. We talked ourselves into that, and tough, But my God.
All I know is
and some of these environments, by the way, they're overrated.
Yeah,
that they're playing in.
Yeah, the Penn State next year would be cool.
Yeah,
Iowa would be cool.
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember what was the other game going on with Oregon and Maryland that I'm trying to remember.
Well, my Jayhawks were playing right then.
I was flipping back and forth, and
it was the same time as Alabama LSU.
I think it may have been Alabama LSU. I was trying to
not
remember,
a good game.
like on the couch, and then I'm also going to admit I think at least twice during the Oregon Maryland game I fell asleep on the couch. It was one of those where it's like, oh, what? Huh? Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Stupid game.
Dozed off. I was like, oh, yeah, Maryland hasn't done anything.
But hey, took care of business.
They did.
Stockwatch next on the Fan.
Seahawks football. Is the hype accurate or a bunch of hot gas? Before you buy or sell, listen close.
It's easy to grin when your ship comes in and you've got the stock market beat. But the man worthwhile is the man who can smile when his shorts are too tight in the seat.
Primetime Stockwatch is brought to you by 1-800-DIVORCE. When you need to take stock of your rights, 1-800-DIVORCE is on your side. Call 1-800-DIVORCE today.
Well, you probably know by that open that it is time for our stock watch. Now, Buckley has done something wild today.
New and improved, I hear.
He is going to sing the entire segment.
No, that's not true. What we are going to do today is give you guys some options. I have more than 4 clips available, so I have some categories for you to choose from. They are Fighting in the Friendly Skies, Sprechen Sie Deutsch, What an Idiot, A Crappy Start, Dead Man Walking, and Not Show Friends, it's Show Billups.
Oh.
I'm going to go with What an Idiot for
what
$200.
Yeah, what an idiot.
All right, this is Kirby Smart today. One of his players,
the Poper,
was seen jumping around the field after his team lost to Ole Miss. It turns out it was a childhood friend, but this is what Kirby had to say about that.
Yeah, what an idiot. Just stupid. I didn't see it till today, but he's embarrassed about it. He's upset about it. That's obviously a childhood friend of his. He grew up and played with there at Buford and knows him, hadn't seen him in forever, but just not real smart. But to be honest with you, I don't have time to waste energy on that. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like my focus is on Tennessee. I'm not worried about that.
My son is an idiot. It's bad. I'd cut his ass.
So that was what I was going to ask. Buy or sell, what Kirby Smart saw on video is grounds to cut a player.
I mean, you can't necessarily cut someone. And he doesn't play anyway. He's a third-string DB. But he was like a big, highly recruited guy. He went to Alabama for 2 years.
He's a white DB?
He's a white DB.
Just like Kirby.
And I wondered, because I looked him up, and I was like, dude, is this just some walk-on? If you haven't seen it, it is horrible. So Ole Miss storms the field. And literally, he is holding hands and arms with Ole Miss
jumping up and down.
And jumping up and down, laughing, and, jumping. I mean, it's...
But did you see what he said about it?
Yeah, I don't care. It's a horse... Whatever.
Yeah, well, I think it's important for people that didn't... If you see the video, it looks as if he is celebrating the Ole Miss win over his team.
Yes.
What he said was... And again, this is just to add context to it. What he said was, I saw this guy, this old friend of mine, and I didn't know he was going to be there, and I was so excited to see him that I was jumping around out of joy of seeing him.
Still a bad look.
I'll tell you, I'm like, I don't want to be the knuckle-dragging idiot. If I was his teammate, he would have been punched. I've told the story about, and I'm not necessarily proud of it, but I beamed a kid in the head with a Snapple bottle. We got our ass kicked by Syracuse, and we got beat bad. And he wore a Syracuse hat on the airplane. I was like, are you kidding me? And he goes, what? I bought it with my own money. I said, I don't care. Take it off. We just got our asses kicked on national TV. He wouldn't take it off. I took it off of him. Like, you just don't. I have no tolerance for this. Like, I mean, and you're a third-string DB? Dude, get the F out of here. And boy, like, I would, if and that kid can apologize all he wants, I'd be very interested in what his teammates had to say about that. Because if I see that, and I'm one of those senior leaders, dude, that kid's got bigger problems than people on the internet trolling him. That's just... that's ridiculous.
Do we need the What an Idiot as a drop?
I'm sure we do.
Drop worthy?
Yes, I think so.
I feel like it was.
Yeah, especially anything related to Georgia or the SEC. What an idiot.
Well,
Yeah, what an idiot.
That was like the Chauncey Billups thing, dude. If you sleep well after that one, your season may have just gone down the tank and you got embarrassed. Again, you got your asses whipped by Ole Miss. And someone said, can you not have friends? Of course you can have friends. You know what? I can see a friend and give him a hug and not jump around and celebrate with 15,000 fans that just stormed the field.
Wrong time, wrong place.
You know, that's just, you don't do it. You don't do it, especially when you're an afterthought. You just, you're basically a walk-on at that point. You don't do that.
All right, you guys want to go with Fighting in the Friendly Skies, Sprechen Sie Deutsch, A Crappy Start, Dead Man Walking, or Not Show Friends, Show Billups?
I'm guessing let's go with Billups there.
Well, the Blazers were only 1.5-point underdogs to the Memphis Grizzlies. They lost by 45. This is what Chauncey had to say after the game.
I mean, it was just Embarrassing, to be honest with you. We was soft as hell the whole game. Nobody really fought. It was just embarrassing for everybody, you know. That's just not who we are, you know. It really isn't. There's no excuse for that. And you have a lot of rough nights in this league, obviously. But I don't even care. It just wasn't even that. You know, it was like our guys just showed up because they had to be here but didn't want to play.
And then that was followed up by our own Danny Meringue asking what his message to the team was, and he had this to say.
I told him that anybody that sleeps well tonight, you're a loser. It's just that simple. You're a loser. You sleep well after this one, you're a loser.
So, less than 10 games in, we're in this territory right now. Buy or sell that Chauncey is auditioning for his next job in the league already.
He wants nothing to do with this team. He's in an unfair spot.
I don't even know what he's supposed to do. Is he supposed to lose? He's supposed to win, and you really can't win with this group.
He's
so
supposed to lose.
He's supposed to
and
lose.
that's the hard part. That's why he is in a can't-win situation.
But there's a difference between like playing hard and not having the guys to win. And I unfortunately that was the only game I've been to this year.
Oh, you went to that?
I went to that.
Oh dear.
Oh,
you didn't pay, did you?
No, my the BTJ had her company had.
Hey, the BTJ. Did you see the NBA's BTJ?
Dude, this is what I'm talking about. The only time that crowd,
that guy was great.
The Blazer crowd, the only time that crowd came alive is when Memphis put in the little Japanese guard Yuki. I'm telling you, he was the most popular player in that building last night, and I sat there and I was like, how does that feel if you're a Blazer, that every time that dude touches the ball, the crowd goes freaking nuts for him?
Maybe does.
That was as bad a vibe and a performance as I've ever seen.
Well, I'm going to buy it because I believe that look, this is complicated. We're going to have to do a whole segment or two on this because it's getting really hairy.
Yeah, I really don't know what he's supposed to do. And
here's the thing. Chauncey Billups is, I think, capable of being a very good NBA coach. I really believe that. I think that dude is an alpha. I think he was a hell of a player, and I've seen some of his teams, play the way he really wants them to, and it's good basketball. That said, when you have no support and you have no roster, and you have really no input on the players that you're coaching, and then, oh, by the way, management just hangs you out to dry and does not extend your contract, I don't know what he is expected to do. Now, you could say, all that said, even the players that he does have, they shouldn't show up like that. Like
a shorthanded Grizzly team.
You should not play like that. And I agree. He's the coach. He's in charge of that. But at the same time, I just don't know how, when you're in his situation, how you could get a team this bad with this few players to get consistent effort like that. It's just, I don't know. I think he is in such a tough spot, man. I don't know what I would do if I were him, but I do think that you're onto something, that he is auditioning for his next job. I think he's going to get another job. And because I think the Suns wanted him in the offseason.
I don't know why they didn't let him go.
Yeah, they didn't let him go. And it's just like, but then they're also not supporting him. So what message are you sending to this guy? He is a pawn in the game, and I think it's really hard for him to do anything well when he's a pawn in the game. So I have sympathy for him, but I do buy that he is
and then I also think there's a trickle down, because if he's a pawn in the game, then don't your players know that he's a pawn in the game? And what do they think they're supposed to be doing?
That's what I'm saying.
And that's when you see a shorthanded team that gets beat by 40.
Correct.
Or against a shorthanded Memphis Grizzlies team. Also fun
He's
note,
been neutered.
My buddy was live betting that, and he took the Blazers, and I believe 31.
Plus 31.
Plus 31.
Thought they'd make a little run, did he?
Yeah, it was tough.
He didn't know Yuki was coming at him. Dude, that guy was great.
It got us to stick around to the end. We're like, come on. Never. We thought there was a run coming.
And listen, I don't want to pretend like I saw the game. I just saw the highlights. Yeah. And the only highlights that were good were the Yuki highlights.
Dude, they loved
him. That guy's 5'8".
They loved him.
And the Blazer fans were going nuts. Like, get this guy in here.
I'll sell some tickets. By the way, on a Sunday night this early in the season, that's a rough crowd. Lot of empty seats.
But at the same time, if you're the Blazers, again, this is why we have to do a whole segment on this. Do you fire him? Because why?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, there's no reason to fire him.
You're trying to lose.
Yeah. He's been instructed.
And yet they've won some games.
Weird
I
situation.
know everyone's upset now, but I mean, this is what you want. You just don't want it that bad.
It is a weird situation.
Lose, but not embarrassingly. It's tough. It's tough. Probably have time for one more here. Fighting in the friendly skies, Sprechen Sie Deutsch, a crappy start, or dead man walking?
I don't want to Sprechen Sie Deutsch because I refuse to talk about the Panthers and Giants.
Yeah,
I'm assuming that's what it is.
I
and
assume that's the
I won't do it.
audio of Hockey speaking in German.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Yeah. I want nothing
what
to
are
do
the
with
others?
that game.
Let's see. Dead man walking, a crappy start, and fighting in the friendly skies.
I don't know what a crappy start
Should we do
means,
that?
so let's try that.
We'll take a little potpourri here.
Okay, this is new interim Saints head coach Darren
the
Rizzi.
Rizzler, the Rizzler.
The Rizzler, how his tenure as a head coach started.
Guy, so this is how my day started. I get down here to the stadium, I get down here to Superdome, I go in the head coach's locker room, which I've never used before, right? So here I am early in the morning, I go to the bathroom, and this is how my day started. I clogged the toilet. And I'm like, this is going to be a crappy day, pun intended. And so listen, I'm like, okay, this is not really a great start to the day. Here we go. And so, I'm not really feeling like a head coach of an NFL team right now.
Oh my God,
that's the Rizzler, dude.
Wow.
Did you see him? Have you seen him?
Yeah, I watched the end of it.
His facial expressions. Is there a more special teams coach in the history of the NFL than the Rizzler?
He's very football-y.
Oh my gosh.
And did anybody else, were you watching the very end when they won?
Yeah.
Did anybody else think he got hurt when he was...
He did get hurt.
Was that what that was?
We have audio of him explaining that if you'd like it.
He got a stinger.
Okay, wait,
Here's
before
what he
you
said.
play it, if you didn't see it, he's jumping around celebrating.
Yeah.
And he starts grabbing one of his players, and I'm going like...
It looks like he had a stroke.
He looks maimed, but then he's like talking to the player, and then they hug, and it's like, well, I don't know what happened there.
He does look like temporarily crippled or something.
Here's what he said about it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. I yelled at Peyton Turner with 30 seconds left because he's celebrating before the game's over, so I screamed at him. And so he's spraying water, and I ripped his ass, quite frankly. So when the game was over, he wanted to get me back. So he came up to me, and I wasn't looking. He jacked me in the back, and I got a history of stingers. So my left arm went completely numb.
Punched.
Literally went completely numb. So I'm sure the video has me like this. I'm looking at my thanks a lot, Peyton. So I'm fine. I'm fine. I got a little C5, C6 going for years from the old. Sound like the old guy, and I am. That's what happened. He gave me a stinger, for lack of a better phrase.
Ouch.
I couldn't feel my arm, so my balance was screwed up. I'm fine. I never, listen, all the other stingers I got in my life, at least I saw them coming. I was prepared for them. This one, I never. I mean, if I'm gonna get hurt, holy cow.
Dude, one of his defensive linemen jacked him in the back on purpose. And I love these. That means, those two have exchanged blows multiple times. Dude, I'm sorry, but I declare the Rizzler now to be the best thing going right now
He's
in the NFL.
you know what he is? He's the new Rich Bisaccia.
He is the new Rich Bisaccia.
Just the face that guy was making on the sidelines. Oh, my God.
And what you're buying or selling, buy or sell that even with your first win as a head coach, you didn't need to share the toilet bit.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
You know what, there was no...
Yeah, we didn't need that.
That was volunteered.
The Rizzler has no filter. None whatsoever.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, you want to know how my day
He's like,
was?
here's a fun humanizing anecdote. And everyone's like, what?
Just clogging toilets. Just clogging toilets.
Yeah, that's rough. We don't. It's like when my wife tells me that she pooped.
Yeah, just kind of keep that.
I don't.
And dial that one back.
I don't know what you're doing. I don't care. But you don't need to announce it.
Has there ever been someone that has announced after their first head coaching victory or just game? I clogged the toilet.
Yeah, let's power rank the top 5 toilet clogs by football coaches. I don't know of any others.
I think that's gold, silver, bronze. It's the whole kit and caboodle.
Gee, many Christmas.
Dude, that guy's the Alabama football of coaches clogging toilets. Holy cow.
He's great.
The Rizzler.
All right, Goldberg Jones. When it comes to divorce, custody, or child support issues, trust Goldberg Jones to help. Call 1-800-DIVORCE. Phone questions answered at no charge. In the news is next. More than you ever wanted to know about that runaway Arctic fox. Here's Buck.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the fan, Week 10 in the NFL wraps up tonight with the Rams hosting the Dolphins on Monday Night Football. Receiver Tyreek Hill was questionable for the game. He did not practice Friday, but he says he's going to give it a go tonight. Kickoff is at 5:15. The Rams are favored by 2.5. Up in Seattle, the Seahawks have waived their starting at middle linebacker Tyrell Dodson, who also leads the team in tackles. In 9 starts this season, Dodson had 71 tackles and a pair of sacks. On the college gridiron, the 10-0 Oregon Ducks remain number 1 in both major polls. They visit Wisconsin this week. In Badgers personnel news, defensive analyst and former NFL head coach Jack Del Rio has resigned from the Wisconsin coaching staff following a DUI on Friday. And on the college hardwood, the Oregon women are in the top 25, ranked 25th in the new rankings, following their upset of number 12 Baylor on Sunday. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
It's The Fan on FM. Go to 99.5 FM HD2 and enjoy high def 1080 The Fan.
Hello. Once again on a Monday, way behind. November 11, 2024. Time for In the News. I'm your No News man. Hello, thank you. Thank you. It is brought to you by The Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Today is Veterans Day.
There?
We almost said it at the same time. Can you believe that?
In stereo.
It is also Metal Day, like heavy metal.
Like heavy metal?
Yeah,
All
like
right, well.
Mike Lynch Music Day.
Shout out to all. Well, that's more of a death metal. Because you got your metal like Motorhead, Metallica, and then you get into more of like.
So he doesn't celebrate Metal Day?
I don't think Mike particularly liked metal. He found it not nearly screamy enough. Mike liked he liked to write a pterodactyl in the Valhalla kind of metal.
What?
It's like But you could celebrate the vets with metal music. There you go.
So we've got the update on the Arctic fox that you wanted.
Yeah, what happened with that?
You know, the famous Arctic fox.
Yeah, we found it, and it was like all it was like sickly and
nobody knew what it was.
Yeah.
But then they determined it was an Arctic fox, and it was being held against its will
illegally
in captivity.
Sort of scofflaw, Tiger King.
Cute little thing.
That was adorable.
The fox is a girl, and the Bird Alliance of Oregon has confirmed that it is doing well.
I just love that the Bird Alliance is involved in this.
Yeah.
Hey, someone's got to step up.
Damn
That's
right.
This is their Super Bowl.
Yeah, it is.
And she is in good health. They said that the young fox had lived her whole life in captivity, which is illegal, but that means that she would not be able to survive in the wild. So they say that they are looking forward to finding her a home in an appropriate, accredited facility with help from the Oregon Department of Agriculture, who will somehow be involved.
Yeah, well, there's got to be some sort of sanctuary thing, right?
They say that she's very smart. She is food motivated, like most canines.
Is canines?
Yeah, apparently.
You can't say I knew that.
The first time we put her in a large enclosed area for exercise and enrichment, she found and ate all 12 mice that were hidden and stuffed inside other things in less than 5 minutes. God.
So she's a bit of a butter hog. She's kind of a pig.
Should come to my crawl space.
Yikes.
Let her loose in my crawl space.
Yes.
He's going to go get him one of those Milwaukee butter hogs.
If I was
she's a climber.
If I was uber rich, I would do that. I would
do what?
I would set up some kick-ass like animal sanctuary.
Would you?
Yeah, I think like if
I
if
could see you doing that.
Yeah, if I had just an ton of money, and I would only do it for animals that were like this, I would, that have nowhere else to go because some other D-bag basically entrapped them and they can't be released. That chimp crazy show on HBO, the Tiger King version of the chimp, the one chimp ends up, someone did this, where there's this beautiful giant sanctuary where they get to run free and be with their own kind, and I would do that if I had a bunch of money.
She loves to climb. She's great at that. And they say that she is drawn to the smell of urine of other animals. So they spritz fake raccoon pee on things.
She gets
all excited
she
about
loves
that.
the raccoons.
She's like that. She likes that.
She come hang out in my backyard. I got raccoons.
Mount Hood Meadows is saying that they will be opening their lifts on Thursday.
Oh, all right. I won't be there, but to all you snow bros that are ready to crush some fresh pow-pow, let's go.
This will be the earliest ski season in 15 years. A soft opening. Let's see, Thursday is the 15th? Is that right?
Yeah, it's the 11th now.
Oh, so Friday then, right? Let me look at my calendar.
Okay, you just count ahead. Tuesday would be the 12th.
Friday.
Wednesday the 13th.
Yeah,
Thursday the 14th.
Yeah, see, it was faster. Beat you to it.
Or you could have just added 4, but whatever.
Well, you were counting it so slowly that I had to go straight to the iCal to speed it up.
I had my abacus out. It was great.
We figured out that Friday is November 15th.
Have we? Is indeed... Yeah, we've
confirmed.
Have we settled on that?
So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, soft opening.
All right. I don't know what that means again. Like,
I don't know either. I think it just means that, hey, ski, but if you die, it's not our fault.
Yeah, that's what that means.
It's skis,
Right?
but it's kind of crappy skiing conditions. Like,
Well, above average levels of snow.
right.
What an idiot.
Conditions are powdery, and they say that they're gonna get to going here.
Now, with no confirmation about this whatsoever, the text line is in saying that the Mount Bachelor also open on Saturday.
Yeah.
Which I believe, according to the iCal there,
That's
the 16th.
That's the 17th.
You don't ski, do you?
I haven't skied in a long
it's
time,
been a while.
but I used to love to ski.
Yeah.
I used to love to ski as much as I love to now golf.
You were you were the skier, you were a tennis guy, and now
Now nothing.
Now nothing.
I like to drink.
There you go. Well, hey, you got to trade one hobby for another. I always thought that was probably the best part of skiing was the lodge afterwards.
I got to get my wing fixed here. I gotta.
But you're right. Few adult beverages are better than the one following a day on the ski hill.
It's one of the best beers.
Yeah. It's one of the best beers or cocktails around.
Yeah.
Because if you go to I go Mount Bachelor every year. We snow machine for a while, and you go up to the lodge there at the on the mountain. It's fantastic. Go in, get warm, get a little lubed going. It's good times.
Well, my golfing career is on hold. I've got a rotator cuff issue.
That really is going to put a damper on the tennis as well. I'm assuming.
Well, I'm a lefty.
I'm hurt.
I can play.
Dan Lenny would tell you it was a choice.
Well, I can play tennis. I'm telling you, I'd probably be pretty effing good at it.
You ever see a cheetah stretch?
But golf, can't swing a full golf club right now.
It's no good.
I see the ortho on Thursday. I'll let you know.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Big Rob going in for the
you
operation.
think he's going to put me under the knife?
You've got to kick him off the tour.
Dude, rotator cuff surgery for the Roper.
I don't know.
I'll tell you, it sucks.
We'll see what he says.
It's terrible surgery.
Yeah, no, I think I'm just going to tell him to screw off.
I got a sling for you. You can, I'll save you a couple bucks.
What if I walk in and just be like, what's going on with my shoulder? And he's like, you have a torn rotator cuff. Then I shove him down and run out.
Well, I don't think you need to shove him down, nor do you need to run out. I think you can just say thank you, but no thank you, and walk out.
Yeah, well, no, I don't know. I'm just going to rehab it. I'm sure it'll be fine. Coming up next, what about first grade sex ed?
Seems a bit early.
How do you feel about that?
Seems a bit much, but...
Do I have a story for you?
Oh,
boy. Next on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
Feldstadt, Angriff.
Oh.
5 Yards Strafen. It's by the center. It's third down.
Oh, look at Sean.
There we go, showing up.
He is.
The Germans loving it.
I think he called a false start, perhaps.
Is that what that was?
I don't know.
I don't know, because I refuse to watch any of that game.
Hey, when that's the best thing that happens in the game, you should probably be sending different teams.
Yeah, but, kudos to the younger Hockley for, spread some international
Hooked
relations.
on phonics? Like, did that apply? Hooked on phonics?
Probably not.
Why did he say that?
I think it's because he's sounding
it out.
Yeah. Well, the Fan's Window into Sports is brought to you by Window Nation. 50% off all window styles this month. No interest for 60 months. Schedule your estimate at windownation.com or 866-90Nation.
Yeah.
Hot 5 at 5. I've got one more story for you here on In the News, November 11, 2024.
Well, my.
I'm going to have you guess what jurisdiction this happened in.
Okay. Is this local?
It is in Oregon.
Okay.
An elementary school teacher is on administrative leave after showing first grade students a sex ed video. The video...
So she did this on her own.
She's decided randomly.
Wait. Why are we deciding that this is a female?
That's, yeah.
I don't know. We shouldn't be.
Yeah,
I may have misgendered.
Real
Maybe
jerk.
walk that back a little bit there, fella.
Why did they do this on their own?
The video titled, Help Kids Learn Why It's Important to Keep Private Parts Private, was shown to first grade students. While the video is animated in a more child-centric way, the video ends with discussing touching one's privates and the act of which feels good.
Bathing suit parts, don't go touching your bathing suit parts. What jurisdiction?
Yeah, so where do you think that happened?
This has a real Multnomah County vibe to it, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah. I gotta believe, like, you gotta be a certain kind of person to think that's appropriate. Because I don't think that any of the right people, like out in the country, I don't think they want sex ed at all. They do the don't ask, don't tell thing. Now, this is Multnomah County. This is right in our backyard.
Springfield.
Oh, all right.
Down in Springfield.
Little
outside of Eugene.
Well, I mean, that kind of makes sense. I was going to say, this has hippy dippy written all over it, though, right? And I can see, I don't know why, but I'm picturing a white lady with dreadlocks. That's where I'm going with this.
Parents received an email from the district's elementary level director, Joyce Smith Johnson. And everything I've learned on this story is that Joyce is not to be messed with.
No. I see the video here, yeah.
And she said, last week I learned that your student watched a health-related video that was not age-appropriate nor district-approved. To ensure you have accurate information, the video shown in class highlighted specific parts of human anatomy and shared that sometimes people will touch themselves in private.
I kid you. So I'm watching the video now.
This content should never have been shared in your child's classroom. I am sorry your student viewed this video.
It does appear it's animated, and all I know is there is a very hippy-dippy lady animated in the middle with what appears to be a small Latino child and a shy elephant. That is what. And they're all holding hands, or in this case, holding trunks. That is where this video starts.
Oh.
Yeah. And then the small child is getting ready to go into the clinic of the elder hippie lady. Boy, this video is something else. They showed this thing to a first grader?
First graders.
Yeah. Boy, I bet there were some questions that day.
God. I would love to hear the questions. Okay, kids, any questions? Take off your shorts and dunk me.
I just love that the title of it, it's okay to touch your genitals.
Wait, that's the title of it?
That's the title. That's the title of the movie.
Wait, so it's not about other people, like...
No,
it's about you doing...
It appears that the title of this, because I saw a link to the story and someone linked on YouTube, and it does appear to be that the title of it is It's Okay to Touch Your Genitals.
I thought it was more along the lines of don't let anybody touch your bathing suit parts.
It's just letting you know that it's okay to touch yourself in the bathing suit parts.
Huh, okay. Does that make it
it's
slightly better?
So creepy. First graders? Come on. That's what we're doing?
Mm.
And why is there an elephant in it, for God's sakes? Why are you making an animated video called It's Okay to Touch Your Genitals and you have an elephant? I mean,
I can think of a few reasons.
When you make that reference now, I think of that stupid reality show that you told us to watch with the people who they expose their genitals before the rest of the body. Do you remember this? And the guy had the tattoo down there?
I'll say that's a great show.
That is a great show.
I don't know if I'd say it's great.
Called?
It's on HBO. I think it's just called like Naked Dating or Naked and something or other. It's a dating show where you get to see their genitals first.
But
and then,
some dude had a massive trunk and he had an elephant tattooed around it.
Yeah, the dude was packing serious heat, and then above his the kibbles and bits, he had a big elephant tattooed. And that
Naked
was the trunk.
Attraction.
Naked Attraction.
That's what it's called.
Dude, I'll stand by that. If you need like a half hour to kill, that's a great show.
It's nothing earth-shattering,
No.
but it's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
A lot of dong.
There is a lot of dong. But I'll tell you what, you find yourself being like, I don't know about that. I think I'd go with number 2. You know,
Yeah, I think the one takeaway from that show is, and they show all shapes and sizes.
Yeah.
The
Male
one
and female.
takeaway from that show is how different people view other people's bodies than me.
Yeah. Rob would be
If you know what I'm saying.
Rob would be very judgmental.
Well, I mean, aren't we all?
I've
never
that's the
seen
whole-
so much dong in my life. It's the whole point of the show. It's
It
like,
is.
I don't really like that. I'm going to move on to this next
They literally start at the feet and they work their way up. You
they
see
do.
the face last.
That's right.
Yeah, you see
And
some-
they're pretty honest. Like they.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, look.
It's not really
Partway through, you get to hear their voice, I think.
Yes. And then the face is revealed after you've already made. You don't get to see anything above the chest
Yeah.
until you actually make your pick.
And they put ladies on there, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That is in the news. November 11.
Hey, just remember, kids, it's okay to touch your genitals, especially if there's a.
I don't think you should be saying that.
Especially if there's a biracial person there and then an elephant for some reason. What is happening?
Never touch your genitals in front of an elephant. Words to live by.
Yeah.
November 11, 2024. It's brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. The Hot 5 at 5 is next. We have a late-breaking death in college football. And then a bunch of other cool
Are you doing
stuff.
the Jetsons? Eek
Oh,
or
I'm
ooh,
hurt.
ah.
Yeah.
You doing the George
man.
Jetson
Taylor
song
Swift,
there. I liked it.
We got cool, hot sports news next on The Fan.
And I ripped his ass, quite frankly.
Tune in this week to kick off.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with the Sports Center update first on The Fan. Week 10 in the NFL wrapping up tonight with the Rams hosting the Dolphins on Monday Night Football. About 15 minutes away from kickoff, receiver Tyreek Hill says he has a torn ligament in his wrist, but does plan to play tonight. The Rams are favored by 2.5. Up in Seattle, the Seahawks have waived linebacker Tyrell Dotson, who leads the team in tackles. In 9 starts this season, he had racked up 71 of those tackles, a pair of sacks, and 5 tackles for loss. On the college gridiron, the 10-0 Oregon Ducks remain number 1 in both polls after beating Maryland at Autzen Saturday. This weekend, they will travel to Madison, Wisconsin to take on the Badgers, where they are 2-touchdown favorites. In Badgers personnel news, defensive analyst and former NFL head coach Jack Del Rio resigned from the coaching staff today following a DUI on Friday. And on the college hardwood, the Oregon women enter the top 25, ranked 25th in the country following their upset win over number 12 ranked Baylor on Sunday. at Matthew Knight Arena. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Got a smart speaker? It's the Fan in your office and every room of your home. Tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Good afternoon. At the tone, Pacific Daylight Time will be...
It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
One step closer to my own personal hell.
This is Primetime on Sports Radio 1080 The Fan.
We expect the best. We're not afraid to break someone. Do you hear me?
Primetime is your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Go ahead and clap. Mediocrity deserves applause.
Isaac Robb.
I'm miserable. I had to get up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Jason Sakanet.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right. Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Monday. Sports Bros, Rob and Soup. I'm Rob. Big Soup's right over there.
Right here. Finished watching my first grade sex ed video over the break. It's pretty exciting. I learned a lot.
Did you?
I did.
Don't touch yourself in front of an elephant?
No. In fact, apparently that's okay. So it's okay to do. The elephant is shy and embarrassed about his trunk. I'm not kidding, by the way. That's a real thing, and he learns that it's okay. I'm Jason Sakanik.
So I was right.
This is very, very important to me.
You asked why would they have an elephant in that video?
Yeah,
I think I know why.
Now you know why. The elephant is embarrassed, and we all learn that the elephant should not be embarrassed, but there's an appropriate time and place. Apparently, the inappropriate time to show that video is a first grade class. Oh, God bless the hippies.
Somebody said Springfield not too hippie-like.
No?
No, I think it's a little more rural Oregon than hippie Oregon.
Well, because it's weird, because like Ashland's down there, and like if you go outside of Ashland, that is not hippie country, but Ashland certainly is. It's like an oasis of dirty hippie.
Yeah.
Pockets.
I've heard Springfield referred to as Spring-Tucky, if that does anything for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's definitely pockets, right? It's like they all find each other.
Yeah. It's always weird when it's just like a small community that pops up in the middle of an area around it that doesn't really vibe with that. And that's how you end up with an elephant inappropriately touching himself in a video shown to first graders, I guess.
P1 Scott loving this material. He says, hey, it's me, Petey the Peppy Penis. And my good friend Veronica, the vivacious vagine.
Well, don't we all remember, not first grade, I think ours was in the 7th grade, and I remember when we had sex ed, and I don't remember what his name was, but our health teacher, he was an older man with jet white hair, and he wore transition lenses, which automatically made him suspicious. And then they were on one of those choker chains that he could take the glasses off and they would hang on his back or like hang on his front. And he had to show us and it wasn't like an animated video, but it didn't show real people. It showed like drawings of
elephants,
of the anatomy. I've never been more uncomfortable and wanted a man to stop talking in my life.
No.
Yeah.
Strong.
I think,
no.
Look, when you're in 7th grade, and I think ours was 7th as well.
Yeah.
It's just it's the most awkward time of your life.
Yes.
And then they spring this stuff on you.
Yeah.
And nobody wants it.
No.
The teachers don't want to teach it. You don't. You're like, what is happening? No. They showed childbirth in ours.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I don't.
No one was prepared.
No,
Nobody.
I still have the image in my head.
There were kids. We saw that a little bit later. I saw that in like 7th grade, and I remember there being kids in my middle school be like, "Oh, it's gonna be so tight. It's gonna be so cool."
No.
And then it was like anyone who thought it was gonna be fun to watch that, it was not.
No, it's not good. It's all bad.
I mean, did you learn anything in sex ed?
Yeah, I learned not to ever take advice from a 60-year-old hippie with transition lenses when it comes to putting a condom on. I think it was a banana or a cucumber. Like, to see that happen in the 7th grade, no one's prepared for that. Nobody.
Cucumber, huh?
Again, a little extreme. We're in the 7th grade, for God's sakes. What are we doing? What are we doing?
All right.
I could remember what that guy's name was.
I don't remember who taught us sex ed.
I'll never forget his face, but I don't remember what his name was.
Coming up this hour, we have our NFL Week 10 butt fumble. We will talk about Yuki the only cool thing to talk about with regards to the Blazers.
And apparently,
he doesn't even play for them.
The only thing worth cheering for at Moda Center last night. And by the way, that's true.
You want to talk about a bad way to go? That story in the club. And how many of the 10 most commonly forgotten vacation items can you name? Right now, the Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food. Discover Victor Rico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victorricos.com.
Hey, it's me, Petey the Peppy Penis.
Number 5.
Yeah, a lot of people chiming in here. Springfield is the Longview Kelso of Eugene.
I could see that. There was
Say no more.
There was one teacher determined to change all that. She's going to break through.
Rays infielder Wander Franco. You probably forgot about him. He's only 23. And, of course, I say Rays infielder. He's no longer Rays infielder. He is set for trial in December for human trafficking, sexual exploitation, and money laundering.
14-year-olds, dude.
He had been free until yesterday. Of course, he was not allowed to leave the Dominican Republic, but he's now been arrested on a weapons charge at an apartment complex in the DR where guns were drawn.
Yeah. My man, when you're facing child sex trafficking trial, maybe don't pull guns in parking lots. He gave up, was it like a $183 million contract he signed?
It's good advice. Yes, they gave him a lot of money.
Yeah, gave him a lot of money.
And like I said, he's only 23. He's ruined his life.
Yeah.
But he is going to go to trial.
Yeah, so I mean, I get, like, if he gets off
got a chance.
If he gets off on that, like,
do you bring him back?
Number 4.
He's a good question. He's like a really good prospect.
Yes.
I don't know. I guess technically he's still a member of the Rays.
Yeah. Are they still having to pay him?
I don't know. That's a good question. 13-0 a year ago. Florida State is just 1-9. Hammered by Notre Dame over the weekend, 52-3. And, of course, for that, heads must roll. So they have fired both coordinators, offensive coordinator Alex Atkins and defensive coordinator Adam Fuller, and the wide receivers coach, because Lord knows the wide receivers sucked.
Well, you can't fire Mike Norvell. You gave him like $100 million guaranteed.
Well, I mean, you could fire him.
Yeah. I honestly cannot remember anything like this. A team that was undefeated last year and came into the season, like a top 10 team, and 1-9? Never seen anything like it in all of college football.
13-0.
Yeah.
1-9.
Yeah. Shocker.
Number 3.
Yet another star injury in the NBA.
Is anyone left playing?
Oklahoma City's Chet Holmgren has a pelvic fracture after a hard fall. He is out 8 to 10 weeks at least.
Yeah, they're saying 8 to 10 weeks, and then they'll give an update on return protocol. Dude, he gonna be out a while.
Will he be available for the playoffs is really the only question.
Yeah,
They'll be a playoff team still.
And by the way, like, he was, I don't know if anyone's paying attention to old Chet there, but he was the real deal.
He's putting it together.
He was having a really nice year. But when you're 7'1" and you weigh 9 pounds, and you fall down, apparently you crack your pelvis. Which, by the way, just sounds awful.
Yeah.
How do you
that
recover
feels
from
like
that?
that
Do you like
hurts.
You like have to wear some sort of girdle? It's no good.
Well, you just don't move around much.
It was only a 45-point loss for your Blazers last night. They are now 3-8. Next up is a back-to-back at Moda against Minnesota Tuesday and Wednesday.
This should be fun, right? By the way, a really short-handed Memphis Grizzlies team.
I would say this, too. Somebody asked on the text line. And we'll do a Blazers seggy coming up here at some point. But they said, is Chauncey a good bet for first NBA coach fired or next NBA coach fired? The answer is a resounding yes.
Yeah. There's some
absolutely.
There's some rumors floating around.
Despite him sucking rocks in the last 2 games, Joe Flacco gets another start for the Colts against the Jets this week.
Well, and this just goes to, because Steichen came out and said that you're not seeing Richardson anytime soon. So this is not about, people keep being like, why are you doing this? Joe Flacco sucks. This is not about Joe Flacco. This is about Anthony Richardson getting to sit and get a breath. He was getting overwhelmed. Caleb Williams, the same thing's happening to him. Bad habits, getting beat up, and so this is more about just giving him a break. This has nothing to do with Joe Flacco because the offense isn't any better under Joe Flacco. He doesn't give them a better chance to win at this point, but you risk doing long-term damage by throwing someone in there that's unprepared.
Bit of a shocker from the Seahawks today. They cut their leading tackler, Tyrell Dodson.
Yeah.
He is out. He'll be replaced by fourth-round pick Tyrese Knight.
Yeah, save a little money, and I think this comes down to he is actually having an okay year. He's really good in coverage, but like of the 66 middle linebackers in the NFL, I think he's like 61st against the run. So he's a good coverage guy.
And they got a draft pick behind him.
Yeah, at this point, like he is not your fix there. You're both your linebackers you brought in were absolute busts. So you got rid of them, and you try to see what you have in one of the younger guys.
We also have Monday Night Football tonight. Dolphins-Rams in L.A. Just about to get underway. Tyreek Hill is active for Miami. The Big Ten now has 4 of the top 5 in the AP poll. Oregon again number 1, followed by Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, and Indiana is 5th. BYU jumps to 7. They are right behind Tennessee. Ole Miss is up to 10.
Let me tell you right now, I love me some BYU. Very proud of my guys and Kalani Sitake. Penn State and BYU, yeah, those are not. The ranking is not indicative of where either one of those teams are as far as the best teams in college football.
Yes, but it's not about best.
No.
It's about most deserving.
But seventh
right now, Indiana and BYU.
BYU 7th in the country, 9-0. Boy, I don't know which is more surprising, honestly, Indiana or BYU. Go Cougs.
One other note, former USC coach, of course, he coached with the Rams as well.
We were just talking about him the other week.
We were the other week. Yeah. John Robinson has passed away. He was 89 years old. Former Duck, by the way.
Yeah.
Won the national title for USC in 1978.
It was great. And then came back and coached there again. Didn't have the same success. I actually played against him. He was the coach at UNLV when I was at BYU.
I heard him speak once, and he was tremendous.
Yeah, by all accounts, like people swear by
the guy. He was really good.
Yeah.
But I remember watching the second run.
Yeah.
And he was terrible.
No. Well, they tried to go back and relive the glory days, and it wasn't there. I believe he's still the all-time winningest Rams coach as well.
Victor Rico's Mexican Food. Discover Victor Rico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or delivered straight to your door at victorricos.com. A NFL Week 10 butt fumble coming up next on The Fan.
It's the Vancouver Ford text line.
Plenty of time to talk sports today.
One number does it all. 503-8646-FAN. For contests and text in your favorite fan hosts about today's hot topics. Brought to you by Vancouver Ford. Your dollar goes further at Vancouver Ford. They treat you right before, during, and after the sale. Visit VancouverFord.com. The Vancouver Ford text line. 503-864-6326. That's 503-864-6-FAN.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
There's a crash on southbound 5 beyond 205, and it's got traffic backed up from Tigard
The Fan.
All right. John Anthony's confirmed information.
No, you're wrong.
This week it was different.
It's confirmed analysis.
Yeah.
Oh.
We've moved on from confirmed information to confirmed analysis.
Well, he was right, assuming he took Miami, at least so far.
Anyone that wants to hate on Tua, they are. I don't know if there's another team that has the stark difference when their quarterback is in versus the backup. But I know it's a huge difference when any time a starter goes down. But Miami with Tua, it's a very functional, dynamic, fun offense. When he goes out, it's like, oh my God. It's like the worst thing I've ever seen. Just like my eyes bleed. But they, when they're fully cooking, I don't think they beat good teams. In fact, I know that's confirmed information and analysis, but they're fun to watch.
Well, they're already up 7-0.
7-0
on the Rams.
And this is as healthy as the Rams have been all year. So this is like the full complement, basically, of the Rams.
Well, let's get into our NFL Week 10 butt fumble.
Yeah.
The Chiefs win again.
I am confirming, more confirmed analysis, that now that the deal between Tom Brady and Satan clearly is worn off. I mean, he's no longer an active player. Satan has now signed Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. How they keep doing this is beyond me. Now we're blocking like chip shot field goals.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
What? And by the way, I did have that thought when they were lining up because the Broncos just knelt. Like they didn't get any closer. They were like on the 20-yard line or whatever. They just took some knees, lined it up, and like, hey, this is going to be the last play of the game. I thought to myself, dude, there's no way the football gods are going to let Bo Nix beat the Kansas City Chiefs. I said, except I thought maybe it'd be like a bad snap. I was like, what a way to lose. Like, and the kickers have been funky. 9 missed field goals, right? I mean, Moody missed 3. Atlanta chumped a couple.
By the way, Moody, oh boy.
Yeah,
I thought that was going to be a mutiny over there.
Yeah.
Your Niners
Well,
tried.
he had missed the last week. He was coming off of injury,
Yeah.
so he hadn't kicked in 2 weeks. But, like, if you're out there, they expect you to put it through.
Yeah. Ooh. So I just assumed that was either going to be a bad snap or just like a duck hook. But dude, that thing got blocked, and I was like, "You've got to be kidding me, Kansas City! They cannot lose. It's the dark lore overlords will not allow it."
It was crazy. Denver played great. That's a gut punch because they almost took them down.
Yeah.
Just a couple weeks after being embarrassed, or maybe it was last week.
It was last week they got embarrassed
by the Ravens.
Yeah, and look, they only scored 14 points, but Kansas City has a really, really good defense, and Denver's defense is really a good unit, and they were just absolutely torched by Baltimore. And so yeah, I felt for Denver because, dude, they ground out what should have been what it would have been a 17-16 victory over Kansas City, and then the blocked kick.
So the Opta stats had this one, that the Chiefs are the first team in NFL history to win 9 straight games, including the playoffs, in which they trailed after halftime.
Yeah, it's
nuts.
And if it wasn't Kansas City, and if it wasn't Mahomes, it wasn't Andy Reid, I would think that this is, again, like a paper champion. This is like, when you see teams that win games like this, you're like, dude, they're not that good. Because eventually you always regress back to the mean, right?
Well,
you always come back.
But the season's not over.
I know, but they just, I don't know.
They're not going to keep winning like this. They're gonna drop a couple.
One would think, but I'm not betting against Kansas City. Like if you ask me who's the best team in football, it's not Kansas City. I wouldn't put them at second. I don't even know if I'd put them at third. And yet, in a head-to-head matchup on a playoff field, I still don't think I could bet against them because I just feel like I'm pissing my money away.
Does it feel like a bit of an inevitability that we're just going to get Lions Chiefs in the Super Bowl?
I don't think it does.
No,
not to me.
I just think Kansas City, the luck has to run out at some point. And again, when you play games like this, someone is going to nick you. And although maybe they get the bye, and so that's one less game, but I mean they should have lost last year in the playoffs. So you don't win 3 in a row. I don't think they're going to get there. I don't think this offense is good enough to get to a Super Bowl, but they're 9-0, and so what the hell do I know?
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like if they're playing like this, somebody will get them in the playoffs. Some of those teams in the playoffs are cooking on all cylinders.
Yep.
And I just don't.
They are not right now.
No, but they're. Look, I'm not counting them out or anything, because Mahomes and Reed, but I don't know.
They just figure it out, man.
They don't have that look. Super Bowl look.
Yeah.
Like my Lions, who turn it over 25 times and still win.
Well, 5, and really only 4, because the one was the Hail Mary at the end of the half.
Jared 5 picks.
4 picks.
He threw 5.
I don't count the 5th. It was a Hail Mary at the end of the half.
I don't care what you count. He threw
4.
5 picks, you bitch.
And they still won. Yeah, that's
amazing.
That's a gutsy win.
The Texans have a little something. I was watching another game that they were playing. Was it earlier this year?
The Rams won last week against, or the Jets won. They lost to the Jets. They were national TV.
I'm looking at their skid. They had a game earlier this year. They just tried every which way to blow. Oh, it was the Buffalo game. That was the exact same game where they had a great first half. It's like, man, they look good. And then, dude, they could not do anything right in the second half.
No. And
they still won. So they're weird, but they've got this kind of we're going to choke no matter what vibe the Texans do.
Yeah, and they got weird things going on because the offense, and I know there's been injuries, the offense doesn't look anywhere near what it did last year. It feels like Stroud's get a little bit of a regression because he's just under duress all the time. They run the ball for decent numbers, but they can't run the ball when it matters at all. They're like one of the worst teams in early down rushing. And so they end up in a lot of 3rd and longs, and then Stroud's forced to bail him out because they can't protect anybody. It's weird. Like, and Slowick was last year, their offensive coordinator, was supposed to be like this. Remember, he was going to be a guy that was going to get one of these jobs, and they're like, oh, he's the quarterback whisperer. And everyone thought that him coming back and Ben Johnson coming back was going to lead to this offensive explosion, and it has in Detroit. It really hasn't happened in Houston. And while Houston has a good record, it's another one of they're 6-4 now, I guess, because they lost that Lions game.
Same as last year.
It's same as last year, and it just feels like you feel like Kansas City finds ways to lose games. I like the Texans, but that is a team that Ed Rooney, I do not trust them as far as I can throw them. There is something, to me, fundamentally broken about the Texans offense, but boy, they can rush the quarterback. Yeah. And that's the other one. If you wanted to take something out of this game, like, because Detroit looks like probably the best team in football, but this is the one thing that you can say about Jared Goff, who's been so good since coming over to Detroit. And this was true when he was in LA. It was true when he was at Cal. And it's true in Detroit.
Golf.
He is, besides the fact I can't pronounce his name, he is a statue back there. You know where he's at. And when you pressure him, and it's hard because he has a really good O-line, arguably the best O-line in football, but Houston was able to pressure him. And when you do, you can get the old Jared Goff that shows up, and that's not a good version. And so that is, unlike some of the Mahomes, Allens, Lamars, the guys that can extend plays, Brock Purdy, all those guys, he does not have that element to his game. And if you had to say there's one Achilles for the Detroit Lions, it's that if you face a D-line like that can get after him, that Lion offense can get real bogged down real fast because of him.
Isn't that what win? That's what win. Oh my God! Isn't that what wins Super Bowls? Is defensive lines like that?
Yes.
I mean, that's what wins.
That's what wins.
And so they're going to run into that. They're not going to miss that. I mean, if you look at the NFC, I don't really know yet who their biggest threat is.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
But a lot of those teams could bite them. Mm-hmm. I mean, certainly the Niners.
Yeah.
The Eagles.
Eagles have a good front. Like, if I'm looking at a team that's going to beat...
Yeah, like who's power rank the NFC threats to Detroit?
Oh, gosh. It's weird because I keep wanting to say that San Francisco is going to figure it out. I don't know if they will. I think San Francisco still has the stars. I'm not certain that the role players are there in place anymore. Philadelphia is the best roster, not named Detroit, and yet I have zero faith, and I mean zero, in their coaching staff. Minnesota is... the wheels, I'm not saying they're coming off, but you're starting to see that was coaching and it wasn't talent. I still really like Green Bay. The NFC South, again, power ranking. I'm going to say I'm going to say, honestly, I think Philly and Washington may be 1 and 2, and I'm not certain where that is. I think that may be the biggest threat to them. And then I'll go Green Bay, and I'll go San Francisco, and then maybe I'll throw Arizona in there.
Ooh, the Cards.
Hey, I'll tell you what, I kind of like, although, again, top-end talent, I don't think it's there, but they quietly may be the best team in that division. San Francisco, again, McCaffrey coming back, if he gets it together and they kind of round into form, we've seen San Francisco take a long time to figure things out in the past, and they figured out, so maybe we give them the benefit of the doubt, but special teams is funky again, and just, the injuries, and I just don't think that the glue guys are quite there like they've been in the past.
We're at week 10, and I feel like this happens almost every year, where in week 10, the teams you need to identify are the teams that are not cooking on all cylinders, but have the bones.
Yes.
And Kansas City certainly falls into that category.
Yes.
San Francisco falls into that category, and Baltimore falls into that category. It's really, and this is anecdotal, but it feels like any team we're jocking in week 10, it's not it. They're peaking. Maybe they're peaking too soon, or they're just hot. But it's really hard to keep that up.
Yeah.
And I go back to the talented teams. Buffalo's another one. They're not necessarily not clicking on all cylinders, but they haven't played their best football yet.
Yeah.
And that's another one that's capable. Those 4 teams right there: Buffalo, San Francisco, Baltimore, Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
I'd bet that one of those 4 wins it.
Yeah. I could see that.
As opposed to Detroit or Philly, or
if Baltimore can ever figure out their defense, and it feels like now in some of these, like with Baltimore and Cincinnati, they're kind of the same team in that, like, can you just outscore people? Like Lamar Jackson's the best player in the NFL. Like I've always said, it's Mahomes and it's not close. It's not. Lamar Jackson is the best player in the NFL, period, end of story. Because, yes, I get you go back and you look at the Super Bowls and Mahomes, but no, the last 2 years, and this year especially, he's the best player. And the shameful part is he doesn't have a defense. They finally have this offense that's just this juggernaut, and their defense is letting them down. It's like him and Joe Burrow. It's like you have to score 40 points to win games.
They have the bones.
They have the bones
of a
if
good
they
defense.
can figure it out.
And that's what I'm saying is we've seen teams that we thought would be better defensively not play that well, and then wake up towards the end of the season and play better in the playoffs, or just get hot. Defenses do get hot.
Yeah.
The Colts. Remember the Colts defense entered the playoffs. Peyton Manning, the year that Peyton Manning won the Super Bowl with the Colts.
Yep.
That defense was, I think, the worst rush defense in the league.
Yeah, it was terrible.
The worst. And everybody said, well, they're not going to win.
Yeah.
Well, all of a sudden they got to the playoffs, and their defense was great. So when you have Kyle Hamilton back there, again, they just got to stay healthy.
Yeah.
The guy, to me, it's more about the guys that they have. And Baltimore, I think that's a candidate to get it figured out. And if they do on defense, watch out.
Look out. If they can even play like top 12 to 15 defense, and that secondary can get it figured out, dude, their offense is scary good. And then, like I said, I know that it's a rookie quarterback, and I don't love their defense, far from it. But again, in a thing that's wide open, dude, the Commanders,
they're good.
The Commanders are good.
They're not going away.
No, it's like them and that game against the Steelers. That was the game of the.
That was the
game
only
of the
good game yesterday. Well, I guess the Niners Bucks ended up being pretty good.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Steelers, I got a little love for my Steelers.
Yes.
That was a hell of a win, and they are much better with Russell Wilson.
Yes.
They just are. I mean, that was a great game. I think those teams
Mr. Unlimited.
pretty similar. But I was reading a stat about the Steelers that said that they before Russell Wilson started, they were averaging 289 yards a game.
Mm-hmm.
Since 382.
Yeah.
And they have the one thing that they've never had, or at least recently, and that since Roethlisberger, and that is a deep threat.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson is that what do they call it? Just that lob ball that he's throwing?
Just those little goal
it is
balls, little fade.
freaking so good.
And they've got two
deep ball, man.
And they've got 2 big receivers on the outside now that that can go get those. I mean, and Pickens isn't as one-dimensional. But you get a guy out of New York, and old Big Mike there on the outside, who really just can do one thing, but he does the one thing really well, and you saw that in the corner. And for all the crap that Tomlin got, You've seen this offense take a big step forward with Russell Wilson. You know they play really good, solid defense. I'm impressed. You have to take both of those two teams seriously. When I watched that, I said, I think both of those teams are contenders. And the other one, if you wanted to say kind of like the bones of something that could round into it, and again, I think theirs is a lot of health. Keep an eye on the Packers. If Jordan Love gets healthy, and I know that, the Lions bludgeoned them pretty good, but again, he was far from healthy. They got wins over the Texans, wins over the Cardinals, lost a nail-biter to the Vikings, nail-biter to the Eagles. I still like Green Bay's roster. I really like their coach. I just think health, we've yet to see Jordan Love find a rhythm because he's been banged up all year. If he finds a way to get healthy down the stretch in a wide open NFC, keep an eye on Green Bay, because from a talent standpoint, I like Green Bay a lot more than I like Minnesota. And I think those are two teams that could be going in the opposite directions.
Well, I have to highlight something. Earlier in the show, we got an apology from you for crapping all over UCLA.
Yes.
And you have now admitted that Pittsburgh is a contender.
Yes, I have.
That is a 180.
Yes.
Because you've been crapping all over them too.
All year I looked at Pittsburgh and I said, dude, you're doing the same thing Pittsburgh does every year. And they beat bad teams. They play suffocating defense and they win 10 games. They get into the postseason, but they are so limited on offense that they're going to play against better teams. And you can't, that style doesn't win in the modern NFL. And since making the switch over to Russell Wilson, it is no longer just this one-dimensional offense. And we'll see as this goes on, but they just beat the Commanders, who I really like. They've got a big one next week with Baltimore, which is going to be awesome. They got one against Cincinnati. They got Philly, another one against Baltimore. They got the Chiefs. I mean, there is a brutal schedule coming. And
they still haven't played a division game.
Dude, this thing is going to be nasty down the stretch, but Highsmith getting hurt was a big deal for them. And hopefully it's just a sprained ankle and he come back in a couple weeks, but the way they play defense, and I thought that was as good, even though they gave up 20-something points, I thought that was as good as someone has played against that Washington offense, which is really good all year. And I do think Russell Wilson, while it's not like the world's best offense, I think it gives them, for the first time since Roethlisberger retired, it gives them a real multi-dimensional offense. And you do that with the defense, then yes, I think you have to take Pittsburgh seriously.
Well, I mean, we have this blueprint, and I would say that offensively, Pittsburgh is better than this team. But when Peyton Manning went to Denver,
yes, they
won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And Russell Wilson is in better shape than Peyton Manning was at that time.
Yes.
And they won.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you couldn't take Pittsburgh seriously.
Yeah. So
after the move to Russ.
So all of a sudden it's kind of fun that we're looking at this, and it is exciting as we get into this back half of the season to see, like you said, not about who has the best overall record, it's who starts playing well down the stretch, who gets on a heater. Can Cincinnati do something? Can Atlanta figure something out? And they're probably going to win that division anyways, with the injuries that everything else has. Can teams start taking that step forward? I mentioned Green Bay. Does San Francisco figure it out? This is where the NFL really starts to get exciting when we get into the back half.
Just now starting. What do you make of this stat? And how about a little Yuki love? It's Yuki time. The NBA has its own BTJ.
Yeah, it does.
Next, here's Buck.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update, brought to you by PG Long Floor Covering. Carpet, hardwood, or laminate, flooring, cleaning, or restoration. Call PG Long, your Northwest flooring experts, pglongllc.com. First on the Fan, Week 10 in the NFL, wrapping up tonight with the Rams hosting the Dolphins on Monday Night Football. Miami striking quickly on their first drive. They got a touchdown on a reverse toss to Malik Washington. It is currently 7-0 Dolphins in the first quarter. Up in Seattle, the Seahawks have waived linebacker Tyrell Dodson, who led the team in tackles. In 9 starts this season, he'd racked up 71, plus a pair of sacks and 5 tackles for loss. On the college gridiron, the 10-0 Oregon Ducks remain number 1 in both major polls after beating Maryland at Autzen Stadium on Saturday. This weekend, they travel to Madison, Wisconsin to take on the Badgers. And on the college hardwood, the Oregon women have entered the top 25 They're ranked 25th in the country now following their upset win over number 12 Baylor on Sunday. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes from Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
One number does it all for contests and texting your favorite fan shows. The Vancouver Ford text line is 503-864-6FAN. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
Here is a toss. And on the run into the end zone, diving Malik Washington for the touchdown. What a drive.
Yeah, Dolphins looking good so far. They're up 7-0 in LA on the Rams. It's basically their season. Dolphins are 2-6, and you could probably make the case that their season's already over, but they're playing like this is
like it
for them.
matters.
Yep, they certainly are. Look good defensively too, at least so far. Who's leading the charge? Powered by Battery Exchange. Mention code BXT10 at checkout for 10% off your entire purchase this month. Online at batteryexchange.com.
I'm Leif, owner of Leif's Auto Collision Centers.
The Fan.
All right, wrapping up the NFL Week 10 butt fumble, where Jake Bates got his 15 minutes.
Yeah, I did.
Did you see his post-game interview?
Oh, yeah.
Where he said that it's not about him making or missing field goals. It's about him spreading the word of Jesus.
Well, he was selling bricks, and now, thanks to the Lord, he's out there kicking game-winning field goals.
I love a good photo. Photos say a lot. They really do.
Mm-hmm.
and there is a great photo of his teammates holding him up, and the video obviously too. But the stills sometimes tell a great story, and they're kind of holding him up. He made that field goal, went just inside the left upright.
Boy, because he kicked 2.
By the way, he's the Lions kicker.
He's the Lions kicker.
If you don't know,
he kicked 2, and each one went right, one went left. Like,
I think the first one,
no margin for it.
I feel like the first one actually nicked the upright.
Both beyond 50, both looked like they scraped paint.
Yeah. Well, he was genuinely elated.
Yes.
Like it was kind of a cool moment for a guy who, like you said, he was selling bricks.
Yeah.
And now he's a kicker, and he's the hero of the game. Like the joy on his face was
pretty badass.
Definitely real.
Yeah. And I don't even like kickers, and I can appreciate that.
And then they gave him the game ball.
Nice job, you kicker!
And he had to give come on, the kicker has to give the speech in the locker room after the game.
Yeah.
Well,
and you give credit to the man upstairs, because if that would have
he's
gone
very Jesus-y.
if that would have gone left, Jesus made me hook that kick.
That's like horseradish.
What do you make of this stat? 2-point conversion numbers so far in 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to guess what the make percentage is?
I've always heard that those usually hover in like the 40s or 58%, but because you're saying this, it's going to be way lower. I'm going to go like 38, 35%.
Well, last season we had the highest ever 2-point conversion rate at 55%.
Okay.
So far this season, teams are 24 of 74.
That's not so good.
That is 32.4%.
Not so good. Well,
how do you explain that?
I don't know. I mean, it might be one of those, again, just goes back to, it usually goes back to the average, and it's usually somewhere in the 40s, mid 40s to right around 50%. So, it's like the one we had the other night with Cincinnati and Joe Burrow. That ball just needs to go, a foot lower, and it's caught. So maybe defenses are gearing up for that. Again, I think we've had really poor quarterback play. Who knows? There could be a myriad of reasons why teams are struggling, but it does feel like a lot of these 2-point conversions aren't necessarily going in. And maybe that's why, like a team like Tampa the other night, cowardly chose to not go for it against the Chiefs.
Would that affect, like, if you saw that the conversion rate in the league was 32% for the season, would that affect your decision making?
It might affect it if my conversion rate on short yardage. That would be more, because like a 2-point conversion is basically just a short yardage situation.
Yeah, to me it would be more about the plays.
Yeah.
How confident do I feel about this play?
Yeah, like, where am I at? And again, I think a lot of that comes into, like with Tampa Bay, if I have all the momentum, I have no problem going into overtime. But when my defense is gassed and I haven't stopped anyone in a quarter and a half, and my defense isn't very good to begin with, put the ball on Joe Burrow or put the ball on Baker Mayfield's shoulders. But yeah, if I've struggled with third down conversions and my offense has been pretty anemic and all that, then yeah, I may be more inclined to, to kick it. I don't think a league-wide average would really tilt that one way or another. And while we're talking about percentages and just numbers, did you happen to see any of the Dallas Cowboys game?
I try not to watch it.
Yeah,
bad.
My TV was allergic to it, but I was watching it because there wasn't a whole lot else going on.
The afternoon games were crap.
Yeah, there's only 3 of them, and there, it was as bad. Did you happen to see Cooper Rush's stat line?
No. No, but I did see him play.
Yeah.
And I tell you, when he I'm sure he's serviceable. Well, I mean, he's got to be. He's better than Trey Lance.
And he's been there for several years.
Everyone's better than Trey Lance.
Yeah, all right. But I'm just saying, like, when I watched him, the glaring the thing that stands out about him is how little zip he has on his ball.
Yeah. So he went 13 of 23, which,
it's no Anthony Richardson.
No, 13 of 23 for 45 yards.
Okay.
That is a average 2 yards.
Wow.
He completed 13 balls.
Well, in his defense,
for an average 2 yards.
Didn't he throw the Teddy to CD that he couldn't see?
He couldn't see.
Did you see Jerry getting all pissy about that
Yeah.
afterwards?
Well, we've talked about this before. If you didn't see it, the Cowboys built their stadium in a different direction.
Yeah.
That makes it so that the sunlight comes in on the obviously be the west side.
Yeah.
And I guess
it's a problem. Like you lose it in
it's
the
a
sun.
real problem.
Yeah.
And we've talked about this before where he addressed this. He's always had to deal with these questions. And his point has always been when we designed this stadium, the idea was that there was going to be buildings on that side of I don't know what's over there now, or if they didn't build these buildings or whatever, or they're just not doing what they thought, but there would be buildings blocking that from the sun getting in.
That didn't happen.
In the whole plan of the whole, because they're building a whole empire out there.
Yes.
So I don't know why that hasn't happened. I don't know what's going on, but that hasn't happened. And Jerry got all butthurt about it because he's just, at this point, Jerry has no more answers but to just get pissy about things.
Well, he was butthurt about two things. Because he goes, well, we know what side the sun comes in, so we should be picking that like at the coin toss. It's like, okay, your captains at the coin toss is not the problem.
Yeah, CeeDee Lamb was asked after the game if he would like to see some curtains. And he was like, absolutely. He goes, I couldn't see the ball, and it should have been an easy touchdown. And then maybe Cooper Rush would have averaged 3 yards of completion.
Well, and then those curtains, they used curtains for WrestleMania, and they worked. And so someone asked Jerry, what if we use some curtains? He's like, what, do you want me to tear the whole stadium down? Yeah. Well, no, just give you some curtains.
And the best thing about that is you cannot make this up. I S you not. So
you talking about today?
Mike McCarthy was having his press conference today at the they have that Ford Center. They built, again, the huge complex. And at Mike McCarthy's press conference, because Jerry loves glass, the sun was shining into Mike McCarthy's face.
Directly into
it. So they brought in a sunshade to put up so Mike McCarthy didn't have to stare into the sun. Hand to God, you can't make that up.
Is that it? Jerry loves glass? Like all those buildings?
It's all shiny. Like you see.
That's his
Well,
thing.
glass is expensive looking.
But the day after the sun might have cost them a touchdown, they brought out a sunshade so that the coach wouldn't have to see through the sun at his press conference.
God, you got to love the Cowboys.
How about him? 2 yards.
What a mess.
How do you complete 13 balls in an NFL game and average 2 yards?
I don't think he has the arm. Like, I think it's kind of like
Two?
me. Well, but it's kind of like me being back there. Like, I can't get it 10 yards.
What is that? What is happening right now? 2 yards. Yes,
Hey.
you can throw it 2 yards. You are
No,
capable.
I said 10. I can throw 2.
What about the rotator cuff, though?
That's on my right. I'm
Oh,
a lefty.
all right.
I'll be good. I'm good to go. Maybe I'll take up football.
Telling me in like 4 years that Cooper Rush has been the backup, they can't find someone that can throw the ball 2 yards?
Well,
Jeebus,
he
Jerry.
did.
Well, yeah, about 2.5.
Well, they are. Look, it's not like it mattered.
No, it doesn't.
None of it matters. That franchise is a flaming dumpster fire,
Yeah, it's
and
kinda
it's
fun.
absolutely great.
Yeah, it is.
It really is.
It's kind of fun because it's only going to get worse.
And now did you hear the Micah Parsons quotes today?
Oh, yeah. Micah Parsons came out
boy.
and just filleted Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
Well, McCarthy's dead man walking, is he not?
Yeah, I just
But
don't. I just don't recall a player being so.
For like a team captain leader type to.
Well, Parsons is a boob.
Well, yeah, it wasn't great.
What a mess.
The Texans and the Commanders may score 70 points against them. It's going to be hilarious.
Well, last night Portland got a show, and it wasn't a blazer.
No. Yeah, I was there for that. That was the only good part about this whole thing.
The NBA's Shohei Ohtani has arrived. Next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
As Oregon will punt it away on 4th down at their own 22-yard line. James with a fake. And it's going to work. They'll get a first down and more. 30, 35, downfield hard. Across the 50. Birch run that ball that way. Looked like a running back. The fake punt.
That was great.
Yeah, we're just doing bits. Again, we're doing 4th and 3 from inside, you're 20, and you're running, you're 300-pound defensive lineman, and then we're going thick 6 on the other end for touchdowns and 2-point conversions.
Maybe they should have holstered that one for the playoff or something.
Well, I don't think you do that against Ohio State.
I think they were sick of not scoring in the third. Lanning says, give me something.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, man. For a big fella,
yeah,
moving.
Birch
he rumbles.
Hey, he's number 1. It kind of looks athletic. It's nice.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
Oregon Ducks football is on The Fan.
Whittington behind Gabriel. The snap and
not a big deal that he was late on this one because we're supposed to break anyways. So probably just worked out just fine. Hold on. Just got to put some headphones in.
I'll bring the music back for a second.
There you
Hello?
go. Hi.
Can you not host the show while I'm not here?
Well, we enjoy when you're gone because then we just get to hear the best of Isaac.
Fire
Rock
off some rop drops.
Plus, technically, again, we're supposed to be breaking right now.
I don't care. I want to talk about Yuki. I got a text last night, so I saw the Blazers score and I laughed, and then I forgot about it, right? I wasn't watching it. I don't care. But I got a text later in the game from a friend of mine who's like, "Are you watching this?" And I'm like, "No." He was at the game like you. And I'm like, "No, I'm not watching." I'm like, "What the hell's going on?" He's like, "Dude, Memphis has this dude who is listed 5'8". He's no taller than 5'5".
He's tiny.
He is from Japan. He is a BTJ, big-time Japanese, and he is dropping dimes on the Blazers. You got to tune in. His name's Yuki.
Dude, he's averaging 1 point a game, and it is awesome because when he came into the game, because at that point, right, it's like a 40-point lead. Like, there was no one there in the first place. People are filtered out. No one cares. Dude, this guy comes in, and we're not even paying attention. We're just drinking and eating popcorn at this point. We had some friends. We're hanging out. And all of a sudden, the crowd just starts going nuts. And we're like, what the hell is happening? So we kind of look up, and then we realize that it's the Yuki kid.
Yuki Kawamura.
And you better believe that all of a sudden that my gal, BTJ, gets off. She's like, what? I'm like, yeah, it's a little Japanese guy.
She didn't know of him?
She didn't know of him.
Because I guess he's a sensation over there.
Now he's
like the Shohei of basketball.
But he played college here, though, right?
He played at
like Nebraska or something like that.
He played at no, he played over there at Tokai University.
Oh, I thought for sure there was. I swear he also went to Nebraska. Is that not true?
Nebraska.
I thought he started playing there and then came to American college and then went to the NBA. But I may be wrong about that.
Pretty awesome if he did. I know nothing about him other than for whatever reason the Moda Center last night was losing their S.
What does that say?
Every time he shot, every time he touched the ball, they could not get enough of that guy.
Apparently, Yuki Kawamura is just the third player in Olympic history, because he played for the Japanese Olympic team, with 25 points or more, 5 rebounds or more, and 5 assists or more in a game?
No.
That doesn't sound right.
Does seem a little odd, but...
They're saying he had 29, 7, and 6 in the 2024 Olympics against France. He followed Kevin Durant and Luol Deng as the third player in Olympic history to have more than 25 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists in a game.
Is that the one where they pushed France to the brink? Like, people thought that they were going to... If I remember correctly, they may have given France all they could handle in that game.
I don't know, but I tell you what, the Blazers didn't know what to do with him.
No, and he missed both of his threes, and the best part was, right, when he would jack up a three, the crowd just, you could hear, and then when he would miss it, the entire crowd was like, oh. And I was like, what?
Do you think that pisses off the Blazers
That's what
players?
I was wondering. I was like, dude, if you were sitting on the bench, and you have just thoroughly gotten your ass kicked by a bunch of, like, the Memphis was without their, like, it was a hodgepodge group from the Grizz. You're sitting there, and your home crowd is cheering against you, and you're down by 40. At no point does your pride kick in. It certainly kicked in for Chauncey Billups. Like, he was disgusted. He's cursing. But, boy, no one put up any sort of fight. Dude, it was bad. And I mean,
what did he say? It felt like guys just showed up because they had to be here?
Yes.
Well, that's how you lose by 45.
Yeah.
In a game that's basically supposed to be a pick 'em.
But, can I just
say...
say...
My buddy learned a lesson. When you're getting 31 as the live over-under and you're only down like 37... He looked at me and goes, there has to be a run coming, right?
That reminds me of earlier. It was early. I guess it was late last year, but Isaac was like, man, the Warriors are down 40 at the half. You got to take that live, don't you? Do you remember this? You texted me on a weekend.
Oh, yeah.
And they ended up losing by like 60.
50. Yeah, the other night they were down 40 at half, weren't they?
Yeah, they were, 41.
And did they end up, what ended up?
No, they ended up losing by like 31.
Yeah.
Yes, there you go.
Like, we thought there was some good value there at like 31. It turned out that was terrible value.
Well, I feel like Yuki, first of all, is going to be a future Blazer. If they know what's good for him, they'll trade for him tomorrow.
I'll tell you what, the fans here would love him.
They would love him. And the other thing is about the NBA, and we can launch into this another time, but why are there so many games like this where teams literally don't show up?
Yeah.
Why does that happen all the time?
I don't know. I mean, the Charles Barkleys of the world talk about this, and some people say it's just an old guy yelling at the clouds, but he just talks about it's a cultural thing in the NBA that the guys do not care anymore, and that going back from the AAU thing, and it's no longer about winning, it's no longer about competing. The regular season doesn't matter. People take games off, and even when you're playing, you don't really care about the outcome, especially for a team like Portland where you're not going anywhere. This is just the NBA, and you throw in all the injuries, dude. The ratings are dreadful.
I know.
They have a real problem. They have a real problem on their hands.
Well, of course, and I've been saying this for years. Like that league is so, it's just too long. Yeah. They make them play too many games. That's the only real logical thing I can think of. It's like these guys, some nights they just don't have it, and they know it early, and they just check out.
We were sitting there
because no team's immune to it.
No, it happens all the time. We were sitting there last night, and we got tickets. My gal's company has a suite up there, and so occasionally they float us tickets. And so we were like, oh, why the hell not? Sunday, it was an early game, right? 6. So you're like, oh, we're not going to be out late. Like, we'll go. And dude, it was shocking how dead that place was for an early season game. And I know no Ja, but Memphis, it's not the Lakers or anything, but just
apathy is set in.
And that's where you got to be careful. I understand this is year 3 of the tank, and you got to understand the assignment. But last year, I went to maybe 4 or 5 games, and as bad as it was because no one was watching on TV, the crowds were actually pretty decent. Like, if for the product that was out there, it never really felt awful. I remember I went to a Brooklyn game, I went to a Cleveland game, and it was a good environment. Boy, last night you could have heard a pin drop at that thing. I mean, honestly, it was like, and they did the moment of silence for Wheels, and then that moment of silence just continued for the rest of the game. This was bad.
I don't know why people...
Even the server up there was like, dude, he goes, I haven't seen it like this in a long time.
I really don't know why people pay to watch that.
Yeah.
It blows me away.
It's rough. And it's not getting any better.
All right, well, we'll
on
talk
top
more.
of that, a lot of the guys that you said were your building blocks,
they suck. They don't have any good players. They have Jeremy Grant, and he's going to get traded.
Yeah.
And he'll be a good third option on another contending team.
Hopefully for Yuki.
So you look at it, Simons is a fine player, but look, Simons is not a building block.
Is he even a number 2 on a good team?
No. He's not a number 2. He's like, he should be a 3 or a 4. Boy, it sure seems like, I don't know if full on bust, but Scoot's not the guy. He's just not. Sharp, I guess you can still say you're holding out some sort of hope for.
But he's never
maybe.
Healthy.
I don't know. And then, and Klingon's too early, but Klingon can only play like 15 minutes a night because he gets gassed. Like, he literally can't play 20 minutes a night. And I know that, like, he can get in shape, but I mean, that's the definition of a project. I mean, there isn't a single player on that roster right now that you say feels like a definite building block going forward, and that is problematic.
Good times. All right, we'll talk more about them tomorrow. Up next, Club 1080 on the Fan. Hey, with the weather changing, November is your last chance to replace your old drafty windows before the winter cold weather arrives, although some would argue that is already here. If your windows are cracking, maybe they are leaking. We've had a lot of rain in the last couple of days. Have you seen leaks? Maybe they won't open or stay open. It is time to call the pros at Window Nation. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles, double hungs, bays, sliders. It doesn't matter. Whatever style you need, you get half off. Plus, you can save even more with 0% interest for 60 months. That, folks, is 5 years. Window Nation's windows come with a lifetime warranty. They will install in a day or less. Proven quality and service, 96% customer satisfaction rating. So if your old finicky windows or high energy costs from this winter are cutting deep into your finances, do not miss out. This deal only lasts through the end of November with 50% off all window styles and 0% interest for 60 months. Hey, tell him you heard it from Isaac on the Fan. I do get credit for that, and I appreciate that. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule your free in-home estimate. Isachi.
Aloha, it's Marcus from the 808. Need
Like the Rams are all healthy. And
They just keep turning it over to each other.
we got Tua back, so I thought this would be pretty good. And
First drive was great.
yeah.
It's like the Big Ten.
Tua's out there sticking his helmet in front of people running interceptions back the other
Probably
direction.
not the thing you want to do when your career's on the line is
Why
go
would he do
diving
that?
head first. You probably don't think about it. You're just it's an interception. You go make a play. But yeah, maybe try to trip someone like a nice leg whip.
Isaiah. Oh,
Isaiah?
Is
that the off brand of Versace? Is Isaiah?
Isaiah. No, I was looking at Sean McVay.
Yeah.
Is there something weird about his beard?
It's very manicured. It's just it's a fancy boy beard.
I don't know. There's something weird about his face.
Well, I find
I don't know what it is.
I mean, obviously, who am I to talk? Because my beard is very it's a lot. It's not for everybody. Whereas his beard, I don't know how to.
He always keeps it the same length, though.
Yes, and it is always dialed in. Like I feel like that beard gets cut every day.
So I was going to ask, do you think it gets cut every day, or do you think it just doesn't grow very fast?
No, that gets cut every day.
Or does he cut it for game day only?
Dude, it's just one of those things. It's like cut with like a laser edge, and I find that fascinating. It's a little like when you see like a boy band beard. Like beards are supposed to have some ebb and flow to them. Dude, that thing is razor sharp. And it just I think he just probably is that sort of guy, right? He's good looking, and like his hair is always on point.
Yeah, he is good looking. He's got good hair. He's in shape. I need more out of his beard. I feel like it's a weak spot
You
in
want it
his
fuller?
game. Yeah, maybe that, or just let's shave it. Maybe let's shave it. What do you think about that? Shave
Sure.
it.
I don't think that's.
He
part
probably
of it.
thinks it makes him look young if he doesn't.
Yeah, I'm seeing some photos of him when he didn't have it, like when he was with the Redskins.
Kind of a baby face.
Yeah, he's got a little baby face. Yeah, the beard grows you up a little bit. Have you ever seen Eberflus without the beard and the hair?
Eberflus without
because Eberflus.
Oh yeah, that's only new this year.
Yeah, Matt Eberflus actually looks pretty good right now. Like he's got a little something going on. Like it works. He's kind of got like a Don Henley haircut thing and the beard. Dude, if you look at Eberflus before this year, this is a rough go.
You know who else?
Did you hear the shots that Eberflus took on the radio today, by the way?
No.
He has a weekly call-in show, and he was having bad cell service as he was driving, and then like it was breaking up. They're like, "Hello, coach," and then the guy just chimes in, "Coach, your cell service is about as good as this team's offense." He said it to him direct.
Hey,
hello.
Eberflus knows what's up.
Yeah.
It's like
You know who else
he's
has
aware?
a beard like McVay's is Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan. He has that too, where he just keeps the stubble.
Yeah.
But he doesn't really like try to groom it.
Yeah, he kind of like will allow the 5 o'clock shadow to
Yeah.
creep in around the neck and above it and stuff. It's not
Right.
nearly as manicured. But
I don't know,
yeah,
there's something weird about McVay's face.
Like, Coach, I don't know what it is about your face, but I kind of want to punch it. I don't
He's
know
got
what.
he's got a punchable face.
Sure,
I
see
like
it.
him a lot, but definitely punchable. Like if he were a player,
He'd be a real go-getter.
annoying little slot receiver.
yeah, he'd be annoying.
I could see that. Be very, very.
Do it
fire-
all special teamer.
He'd be sprinting in between drills.
You know,
Steve Tasker.
He's a real good candidate for a good sports pouty face, but he doesn't really have that.
No, not necessarily.
He doesn't have the Daniel Jones, Eli Manning.
I'll tell you what. I was talking. Me and my buddy were. Sometimes I'll be lying on the couch. You ever get like a buddy and you'll be like live watching a game and one of you sends the other one a text, and so before you know it, you get a little thread going back and forth. My buddy was live texting me at the Alabama LSU game, and we did determine that the new best pouty coach face is Brian Kelly.
Brian Kelly. Yeah.
Brian Kelly has an amazing pouty grimace. I can't believe this is happening
Well,
face, and
he's
it's incredible.
Well, one, he's always angry.
Yes.
And two, he always somehow seems flabbergasted.
Yeah, no matter what. And I actively root against. One, he killed a kid, and he's just a giant D-bag. And every time they zoomed in and I saw his pained face, it made me smile. And I'm not Kalen DeBoer or whatever. It's just, I wasn't rooting for Alabama. I was rooting against LSU and Brian Kelly. And it was fantastic. Might want to stop a running quarterback at some time, Brian.
All right, I've got Tom Cruise news, and you want to talk about a bad way to die. I'm going to give you a bad way to die.
Well, there's a lot of bad ways to die.
This one's bad.
This one's bad. Yeah, I don't mind dying so much. It's
We'll see
more of
where
how you're gonna go.
Yeah, we'll see where you power rank this one.
Yeah.
This happened. Next on the fan.
The home of dirt and spray.
Let's go to Primetime Jackson, Mississippi.
Has anything good ever happened in Jackson, Mississippi?
Well, haven't you been down there?
I've been to Mississippi.
You told us you went to, was it Jackson that you went to? No, you went to Oxford.
Starksville.
Starksville.
Mississippi
That's
State. Right. Let me tell you. Look, I'm sure there's fine people down there. There's fine people on both sides. I don't need to be in Mississippi. We're good. That and I drove through Mississippi once and again. So twice I've been through Mississippi, and that's enough. I'm good. Not a lot bringing me back.
Blasted everything for a reason.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty rough state from what I read.
Yeah, not the best.
I also drove through it once and was terrified.
Yes.
I mean, it's.
Yes.
I mean, terrifying.
Yes.
Like Deliverance.
Yeah.
And I'm not kidding.
No.
Like just right there on the.
Yeah. We pulled into like a Shell station or whatever. Their Stinker station. I think they had those with the Sinclairs down there, and it just was one of those like you just want to get gas and then immediately get back in your car. You're like, this is not.
You're getting eyeballed.
Yep. Like, what are you doing here? You're like, nothing. Just
you ain't from around here, are you,
nope.
boy?
That was when we were again playing Mississippi State. And we were in an elevator, and we normally stayed at pretty nice hotels. We always stayed at Marriott's. It was a LDS thing. So we always stayed at Marriott's. And
got to keep it in the family.
Got to keep it in the family. And so we were at a Marriott down there, and I remember being on the elevator, and these two gentlemen, both wearing overalls. One of them not wearing a shirt under his overalls, which kind of threw me for a loop because it's just usually not what you see in our hotels. And the guy was wearing an Alabama hat. And the guy was like, "You boys from BYU?" And we're all wearing BYU sweats. So yeah,
we play at Utah.
Yeah, and he just looked at us and goes, "Them Bulldogs gonna kick your ass." And then he dropped one of these on us. Roll Tide. And we were like,
"No bird."
We're like, "Oh, thanks." And then it was an awkward ride.
God, I got to tell you, if you told me what would happen in an elevator in. Where were you?
Is it Stark or Starksville?
I think
Starkville.
It's
Starkville. Starkville, Mississippi.
That's exactly what I would have thought.
I just didn't see it coming.
He had beautiful hair.
Why is he giving us a roll tide with the Bulldogs going to kick our ass? Like, I wasn't prepared for the cross-team insult. But he just...
I think it was they're not my team, but you're still here going to get your ass kicked in the SEC.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, to me, it's really weird when, like, SEC fans, like, chant SEC together. Like, my team didn't win, but yours did, and we're all, like, what? You're not the same?
Yeah.
Because they all have sex with one another.
Well, just the idea, I appreciated that the one guy at least had a shirt under his overalls, or I should have appreciated the other guy was like, dude, it's hot down here. Not wearing that. What were they doing? It's just...
Yeah, what were they
doing? Where were they going? I don't know, but, yeah, that was my first venture down into to Mississippi.
So do you think
I need to go back?
Do you think that the guy with the shirt under his overalls is more refined?
I'm not gonna lie, I did think that a little bit. That the guy that was wearing, because to be honest with you, it wasn't a bad looking shirt under the overalls. The one dude was way more put together than the other guy. Although he's the one that gave us the roll tide. So I don't know.
A man was killed. He was standing behind a dump truck when the hydraulics on the truck malfunctioned.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Do you care to guess what was in the truck?
Oh, so he got dumped on. I thought...
he was buried.
Manure.
Hot asphalt.
Oh, no. No. Oh.
He did not live.
No.
Can you imagine that?
That's like top 5. That's just...
Own part emojis.
That's as horrific as it could get.
It doesn't get any worse.
That's like that Game of Thrones scene where they pour the liquid hot gold over the guy's head.
Yeah,
ooh,
that's a whole other ugh. How hot is like that? Like,
well, I think it's really bad. I mean, I don't know the temperature, but I think that's really bad because while hot, I can't imagine you instantly die.
No,
you would know it's happening.
Yeah,
and it might take a minute.
And you're buried.
Yeah.
And it's strong enough that you can't get out of it.
Maybe there are fumes that knock you out?
Maybe.
You want to carry? So I looked it up at what it is in the back of trucks before when they pour it.
I mean, I would have no frame of reference. Are you talking about just like?
Well, you know what boiling
temperature?
Yeah, you know what boiling water is.
Yeah.
Right?
So let's go. Hot. It's hot asphalt. So it's in the truck.
Yep.
So it's probably the hottest it's going to be, right?
Yes. So they say that they keep it at that, and then it's between a range, and then they spread it and pour it. So just boiling waters, and we all know what it feels like to have boiling water touch us. 212, right?
I'm gonna say 325.
Yeah,
pretty close.
It is kept between 280 and 350 degrees when they pour it. I just can't even.
Can you?
No, I can't even.
Well, that happens.
Hot, slow death. Hopefully not that slow.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the weight of it or the fumes. I don't. That will give me nightmares. Congratulations, you've now unlocked a new fear. And that I've
don't stand behind an asphalt truck.
No.
Or drive behind one.
No, under any circumstance. Like I said, you've unlocked a new fear. I always thought logging trucks was my fear. I'll tell you right now.
Oh no.
You give me the choice between the logging truck, Final Destination, and I'll take logging truck all day long.
Because you're instantly dead.
Yeah, the log just hits me and everything's out.
Yeah. It'll happen so fast.
Hot molten asphalt?
Yeah.
I can't think of anything worse.
And maybe you're not even fully buried, you know? You know?
Just like your head's out?
Yeah. You probably just go into shock.
Yeah, like how quick does that thing pour? Is it like quicksand, like hot quicksand? Like,
well, it's pretty heavy.
I know.
If you come into contact with hot asphalt, you should, number one, remain calm and don't panic.
Oh, it's like quicksand.
Check that blood circulation is not disrupted. Immediately start cooling the asphalt with cold water. Do not remove the asphalt from the skin as it will peel your skin. I think that's probably a little bit late. Notify the others in the area and call for an emergency medical attention. Yeah, it's just the worst way. It's just the worst.
Now, not to be morbid, but do you think that they use some of that asphalt? Like, do they? Well, I mean, come on, that's a lot of asphalt, and it's an accident.
I think that truck is decommissioned for the day.
I think that
I know the truck is, but
I think that one's probably
do you
done.
clean up the asphalt around the body? And
I think much like the Costco butter, I think it's
just getting pitched.
It's gone. That's gone.
I don't think the work continues.
No. You imagine being the person, though, that, like, if that asphalt cooled, that you have to go chip away that asphalt?
The person has to dig the guy out?
Remember what was that?
Well, yeah, there's another question. What happens, do you just...
Maybe, is it one of those, like, when a mine collapses and you just leave the mountain of asphalt and then you put up, like, a memorial, like,
put some flowers on it?
And you're like, hey, man. It's like, hey, why is there that big pile of asphalt? They're like, well, read the plaque.
It's a hell of a speed bump.
Anytime there's a plaque, you just...
Oh, yeah, that's Mitch.
That's Mitch. Mitch turned into a speed bump. That is rough.
That is so bad.
He was always big on neighborhood safety, so it's appropriate.
Except, aren't they calling them speed pillows now?
Speed cushions.
Speed cushions. I like that in Buck's neighborhood, they've labeled them speed cushions.
Why did they call them that?
Oh, so that
well, because they're not like the short ones. They're wider ones, so they're like more of a rolling bump. I don't know.
Yeah, those are easier though. The smaller, bigger bumps are the tougher ones. They make you slow down more.
When my senior year at Mountain View, we put in speed cushions. We put in speed bumps before the start of the school year, and I swear to God, those were the nastiest speed bumps known to man. And like, I think it was a screw up because they were like, yeah, they were like, we understand, and they tried to shave them down a little bit. And you know, most like high school kids, back in the day, we're driving like crappy like Toyota, like Celicas or like Hondas or whatever. The amount of people that just tore the hell out of their car, you could not go more than 2 miles an hour over those things. They were vicious.
I think it's a really funny, maybe not even funny, but it's just an indictment on human beings that what those speed cushions are designed to do, the better they do them, this is exactly why we put them in.
Yeah.
But the better that it does its job, the more we revolt and say it can't happen.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Like, I mean, it's like they should be like that. Like if they're really
that's the point.
That's the whole idea. It's like they're effective. Like these are
stupid
so
things are slowing me down.
What the hell is going on
kidding.
here?
Dude.
This is not supposed to slow me down that much.
Exactly. There's a difference between being able to, you got my attention, I got to slow down, and literally having to crawl over it. Otherwise, your radiator is left like. I'm telling you.
But you're saying a parking lot of a school?
Of a school.
Yeah, dude, make them even bigger. Slow down.
High school?
Yes, because S-head kids don't know how to drive.
If a kid gets clipped every now and then, it's probably his own fault. Those were the worst speed bumps of all time. And then they went through and
we can't have these.
They cut the top of them off, which I swear to God made it worse because it just made them have sharp edges. Those things were ridiculous. Speed cushions my ass. Those things were spike strips. My poor Ford Thunderbird could not handle those things at all. It was a tasty ride. 89 Thunderbird, baby. Woo.
Those are really annoying. I have been over some that it's like, oh my God, these ones are so bad. And you have to really slow down.
Yes.
But that's, it's like, I respect it.
I don't.
The ones that I
no
think are
respect for
funny are
those.
the ones where they put the fire engine
You
lanes
just
in.
aim right for it. Don't even slow
What
down.
is even the
That's
point?
what we have.
Why even do that? I mean, I know they have to do it, I guess, for emergency vehicles, but
hint, hint. Aim for those spots. You're good to go. Even if you just catch one tire in that, you're fine.
And then you play chicken with the car in the other lane. Like,
see what happens.
See if
That's
you can
doing
use,
the same thing, but you're both going towards the middle instead of
you're-
one of you towards the outside.
Well, only one of you can use the middle part.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you got to go on the way outside.
See, our street's wide enough. We have multiple middle lanes for people to veer towards.
Wow.
Like there's
It's a
two
much
there's
rich white
there's
community
two
over
gaps. No, it's the whole reason we needed speed cushions in the first place. Such a wide thoroughfare that people cut through instead of going on the stoplight road.
That didn't make any sense, but
Sure it did.
I'll take your word for it.
Even when you're riding your bike, you aim for those things.
Yeah, for sure.
The middle lane is where it's at. Everyone knows that. That being said, don't put them up.
Do they have to have the? Is it by law that they have to have the?
I don't know.
The emergency vehicle.
It might be now.
They didn't used to. It used to just be
No.
old-fashioned speed bumps, but I feel like most of them now have the whatever they call those, the emergency lanes. And honestly, I think you were the first one to ever tell me that that's what those were for. I never knew that.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
it makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It does, I guess. But in some neighborhoods, it's like,
Stupid first responders.
is it really going to slow them down that much?
Well, yeah, man. You ever accidentally taken a speed bump, and you don't realize, you're like, oh crap, it's there. Dude,
Yeah. What I'm saying is, those guys, like, we have the fire station's just right up the street from us.
Yeah.
And so they're coming through our road a lot. They really don't. They can't go that fast through there because there's so many hazards.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it's not like without the speed bumps they'd be flying 75 miles an hour through there. They're not going to do that. They're going slow, watching and making sure, and they're honking their horn, and doing the whole thing.
Sure.
Like, hey, we're coming through here, sirens on and everything. But they don't go that fast in the neighborhoods that I have speed bumps.
Well, but sometimes
School zones and everything.
Sometimes they sneak up on you a little bit. Like I was test driving a car like 2 weeks ago, and I had not been on that road before. It was kind of over by the zoo. It snuck up on me, and I took one. Luckily, there was no one in the car. Like, they just let me test drive it by myself. Yeah, it was a little. It was a little whoops.
You have a responsibility to your audience to be more responsible.
In that moment, I was very glad that no one was there. Although if someone had been there, I probably wouldn't have been going so fast. But look, you're testing the car out. You got to see, you got to see what it's capable of. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I was like, oh crap, speed bump. I tried to slow down. It was too late. It's a little.
Yeah.
It's a bit
That's
much.
when the body in the back of when you got the body in the trunk, might come flying out of there.
It definitely was one of those moments where I was like kind of looking around, like, everything, we good? Yeah, fine. Yeah, all right, good. Hey, how'd the test drive go? Great.
You'll notice nothing. Suspension, nothing.
No problem.
Tom Cruise news is next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Reynolds Defense Firm. If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys that you can put your trust into. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on the Fan, Week 10 in the NFL wrapping up tonight with the Rams hosting the Dolphins on Monday Night Football. Bit of a sloppy game so far. It is 10-6. Dolphins at the half, in a first half that saw 4 turnovers, 2 from each team. Up in Seattle, the Seahawks have waived linebacker Tyrell Dodson, who leads the team in tackles. In 9 starts this season, Dodson had racked up 71 of those tackles, plus a pair of sacks and 5 tackles for loss. On the college gridiron, the 10-0 Oregon Ducks remain number 1 in both major polls after beating Maryland at Autzen Stadium Saturday. This weekend, they travel to Madison, Wisconsin to take on the Badgers. And on the college hardwood, the Oregon women are ranked 25th in the country following their Sunday night upset win over number 12 Baylor. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitter.
really any of those.
Those don't do anything for me.
But I feel like that's all just about the
cars.
Yeah, the Tokyo Drift kind of vibe.
That and Vin Diesel. Now I'm looking through.
They're saying this will be released May 23rd, 2025.
And this is why I still like going to movie theaters. Like when Mission Impossible comes out, I will go see Mission Impossible in the theater. I think it's a better experience. Plus it's Tom Cruise, and I feel like he puts a lot of care into his movies. Yes, he's badass crazy, the whole Scientology thing, but I appreciate that he gives a damn about his movies, and he doesn't like to put crap up there just to get a paycheck. That's why I think Tom Cruise is the greatest movie star of all time.
How bad will he look in the movie?
It's not.
Do you think?
It's not going to be.
Because last time we saw him was at the Super Bowl, and boy, was that rough.
Well, look, he has gone.
He looked like Jiminy Glick.
He's gone full middle-aged lesbian. There's no coming back from this. I don't think there's ever been a celebrity that's gone from leading man to middle-aged lesbian who's been able to dial it back. What is it? It's the Lord of the Rings. Things have started that cannot be undone. Once you go down that road, you're committed to it. Imagine what it's going to look like in 5-6 years. Dude, it's just going to keep getting worse.
Yeah, I think the key is you got to stay, like those guys were used to them being in great shape, their bodies, like physically, working out and stuff. Yeah. He's kind of let himself go a little bit in that
He's
realm.
Getting weird old.
So it's not just the face. I'm saying it's body shape too.
Well, he's got the weird old man in shape too, where he does all the HGH, where you're still in shape. But
you can tell he works.
But your skin's all like saggy, and then like you get like your gut sticks out because of all the HGH, and then your face is like.
And it's not really weird. That defined.
No.
But you can tell you're trying.
It's a bit weird. It's a bit weird. By the way, now I'm just down a rabbit hole of looking up celebrities' names.
Me too.
You know Natalie Portman's name is Natalie Hirschleg?
Natalie Hirschlag, yeah.
Wow.
I actually knew that one.
Does that make her less hot?
Elton John is Reginald Dwight.
It just means that Natalie Portman's trying to hide her Judaism, I'm guessing. Joaquin Phoenix is Raphael Bottom. Joaquin Raphael Bottom.
Oh, come on.
No?
Michael Keaton's real name is Michael Douglas. How about that?
Really?
Yeah.
No way. That's confusing.
Yeah, that's why he's Michael Keaton.
Interesting.
Oh, wait. He changed it for that reason? The Douglas family?
Well, no, but I'd imagine you can't have two Michael Douglases running around, and Michael Douglas is older, right?
I think he is older, but I don't know by how much.
Yeah, maybe not.
Oh, I think Michael Douglas is close to I think he's in his 80s.
He's 80.
Yeah.
Well, I think Keaton's older than you think.
Yeah, he is. I do like Michael Keaton, though. Jamie Foxx is Eric Bishop.
Yeah, Keaton's 73.
Okay, so not too different.
So he wouldn't have changed it for that.
Yeah.
Joaquin Phoenix is what again?
Joaquin Bottom.
Joaquin Bottom. You can't be.
I've never heard of someone named Bottom.
You can't be Joaquin
Michael
Bottom.
Caine is Maurice Micklewhite.
Joaquin Bottom.
Yeah, it's a bit of a stretch. Boy, Lord is Ella Margia Lanny Yelich O'Connor. Probably good to go with
Lord.
Yeah.
It's not like Lord is great.
Yeah, just,
Marilyn Manson is Brian Warner.
Yeah, again. It's like some of these make sense. You can't be like the goth devil and be Brian Warner.
No, you can't.
Doesn't quite work out.
All right.
John Legend or John Stevens. It's a bold move going with John Legend.
Hey, John Stevens kind of works.
Well, but John Legend is John Legend is a badass name. You just,
I have
you
never.
got to have some serious confidence to name yourself Isaac Legend.
That dude's funny to me. Like I know he's immensely talented, but he's never. Like I never see him in music. He's always like either in ads or just like on a show or something.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Like does he tour?
Well, yeah, I've seen him in concert and so we were down in Bend visiting some friends and the BTJ very much wanted to see John Legend. And I was like, "You like John Legend?" She's like, "Oh yeah." I secretly think she just wanted to see Chrissy Teigen because she loves when they make celebrity like surprise like spouse appearances. So we went and I was like, "Oh, it's John Legend." And I thought...
Was he good?
Well, I thought that you ever go to a show and you just know you'll recognize some songs. Mm-hmm. You're like, hey, I don't really know John Legend, but I'm sure like I'll recognize songs. One.
Which one was it?
The only song that anyone knows.
Which is what?
The All of Me. All of me loves all of you.
Okay, I know
And
that
it was
one.
the finale. I kept waiting. It was like a 2-hour concert. I was like, oh my God, is there any song I know? One. The only song. And I was like, does he have hits? And they're like, oh yeah, that was a hit. I was like, never heard of it.
That's just it. He doesn't really have a lot of hits.
As far as I know, that's the only concert I think I've ever been to where I knew one song. Like I went and saw Train for God's sakes, and they had like 4 or 5. I was like, oh, Creed? Like
Wish you would step out from that ledge, my friend. Was that Train?
I don't remember if that was Train or not, but they did like Drops of
No,
Jupiter.
that was you just did Third Eye Blind. That's what you did.
Oh.
It's all the same thing,
Isn't it?
I'll tell you what,
Third Eye
though,
Blind and Train maybe not the same.
if you ever want to see like older middle-aged white people hump in public, go to a Train concert. I'm not
They're
kidding.
a big deal, aren't they?
Dude, that got so many 45-year-old gals horned up, you wouldn't believe.
My wife likes him.
See? It's a
Hey, soul sister.
Yeah. Dude, people were grinding. I saw dudes going hands up skirts. It was a thing. I was like, what is happening right now? I had no idea. I was like, Train. It was up at the amphitheater. There were a lot of people that were there. And my buddy was like, oh yeah, Train always sells real well. I was like, really? Train's a thing, man.
Well,
but John Legend, no, that one. I waited around for 2 hours for him to play that one song, and I was like, oh, I know this.
His strange career arc, that one.
But I guess he's popular.
Well, yeah, he's super successful. Like maybe he just writes a bunch of stuff or something.
Couldn't tell you. He's a handsome devil.
Yeah. All right, we'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
Check out the Fan Merch Locker
Here's the situation.
with a
Can I get a hot tub?
Grade A prime bitch. Ducks Roundtable's coming up next. At least I think.
Some form of table is happening.
Anthony Newman.
That's correct. Ducks Roundtable. Myself, Anthony, Ortner, Chauncey.
The whole crew.
Square table.
Well, Schulte's in here, so it's kind of a triangle in there.
Triangle of terror.
Yeah. Ducks Triangle Table just doesn't have the same ring to it.
What do you guys got planned? Are you having a hard time doing the Ducks Roundtable when all these games are the exact same and they're lame and boring?
No, this one was different. They lacked discipline in this one. They seem to be missing Tez Johnson on offense. We have things to talk about.
Oh,
a trip to Camp Randall.
You like it better when things go wrong.
There can be more to talk about.
Makes for an easier show.
Well, I don't know. It's nice when things are good, too.
Tell you about
the best show was clearly the Ohio State post show because there was the most to talk about. But
dude, this Monday night game is terrible.
It's really bad. It's worse than the Ducks game.
There is such bad ball going on here.
Another turnover?
Yeah, he snapped it over Stafford's head. It's so bad. Normally this is reserved for Thursday night football. But yeah, Monday nights give us an extra break.
Oh, wasn't even snapped over his head? He just missed the handoff.
No, that was over his head, and he tried to bring it down. It didn't work.
Oh, yeah.
It is. Sorry, but that's not a good snap.
Well, everybody enjoyed Ducks Roundtable. Come up next. I think you will. I know I will.
I'll listen to it on my way home.
It's the world's longest open. If you can get through the open,
it is a very large.
They actually do start the show.
Yeah, you had us around 7:04.
Oh my God!
You have the November reign of opens.
It's unbelievable. They have to mention every company in the United States.
At least all of them sponsor the Ducks on the Fan.
And we love them.
Yes.
But Jesus.
Space them out a little, you think?
Yes.
Maybe do like at the end we have to do those disclaimers. Not available in all 50 states. Go 1-800 Gambling.
Well, we were great today. Our show returns tomorrow, 3 to 7 on the Fan. Good night.